I'm sure I can make. I'm sure. A very good morning from the live lounge here in Portsmouth for your Easter Monday action here at the MODUS Super Series. I hope you had a fantastic Easter weekend, and we've got the perfect way to round it off by beginning a week which is going to see some of the best young talents in the game and some of the best international stars that we have on offer here at the Super Series. But before we look ahead to today's action, let's look back at Saturday's highlights. Spot and did so with a 4-2 victory. Reece Colley beat Darren Johnstone to secure his semi-final berth and did so in a last leg decider. Lucas Vennick overcame Neil Duff in his semi-final, producing a stunning 103.60 average. And an easy night turned dramatic for John Henderson as he had to ride out, seeing Reece Colley miss 10 match darts against him to make his way into Saturday night's big money final.
Three fours to leave double 12 after 12 for the title.
Game, shot, and
Lucas Venig
the winner of the MODUS
converts
Super
the
Series,
opportunity
Week 9,
into reality.
Venig!
Lucas Venig, our first German winner here.
So then those are highlights from a dramatic final on Saturday evening as Lucas Venig become the first ever German player to qualify for Champions Week here at the MODUS Super Series. Alongside us up here on the balcony throughout the course of the week, looking ahead to all of the action, but also reflecting on Saturday night. It is prime time himself, Matthew Edgar. Matt, you got your novelty checkout. Is your favourite part of the week, I do know that. And to Lucas Venig, who, as the night went on, he lost that first game and he found a way, didn't he, to get over the line and went for the gears when he needed to.
Well, you talk about players that found a way. John Henderson even getting to that final in the first place. Special mention there to Rhys Colley, who took a good stride forward this past week in terms of his form and trying to get back to that form that's seen him win that British Classic last year. But Lucas Venig taking the title was clearly the most consistent player throughout the week. When you look at the numbers, they didn't really waver too far. And it's consistency that's key here at the Super Series. And Lucas Venig cashes in. And
he is very clearly delighted with it. He didn't hold anything back in that interview, did he?
Literally nothing. But he doesn't seem a guy that holds too much back. You can see he trains hard, he works hard at this. He wants to be a PDC Tour card holder. That is the end journey and destination for Lucas Venig, and I'm certain that he's going to have one day.
Well, let's have a look then at last week numerically. Now, this is how last week went by the numbers. We saw over 600 legs played over the course of the week. We saw 170 from Darren Johnstone. We saw a 10-darter from Rhys Colley. We saw 104.96, the highest average from Chris Gilliland. But I don't know about you, Matt, but what it seems to stand out from my perspective is that checkout ratio of 37% over the course of 6 days action.
I think if you just literally followed this very loosely last week and you just saw the league tables and you think, how on earth did we get to those situations? Group B, after the first day, everyone had 4 points. Look at the numbers. The numbers suggest everything. The overall average, very good on the 86. You say the checkout percentage high. We've had everything, really, except a 9-darter, which Rhys Colley very nearly did when he registered that 10-darter. Just came inside on the 12, then wrapped it up on the 6.
It was some week, that was for sure. But what a week we've got ahead of us this week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And these are the players that are going to be with us over the course of the next 6 days. Some headline acts, which I suppose it's the debut of Luke Littler that's gauged a lot of the interest.
And rightly so, with what he's doing everywhere at the moment in the darting world. He's winning titles on the Youth Tour, he's winning titles on the Development Tour, he's winning titles on the Seniors Tour, in the WDF. He's had a very good UK Open recently as well, so nothing seems to faze him. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how he plays and takes to this challenge. We've got a couple of players come in later on in the week as well that are quite interesting for me. Adam Mould, who's won a week here before. Be interesting to see how he follows that up. Jason Askew, who's got the record average in any existence of this format, and obviously James Richardson, who recently picked up an ADC title.
Kenny Neyens also on debut as well. Could he potentially go under the radar this week?
He could, and he probably shouldn't. He's done a lot himself. He's got titles on the Challenge Tour and the Development Tour, and has played quite a lot on the PDC Pro Tour as well. He definitely could be a danger, certainly when you look at those odds in terms of winning this group.
Well, let's have a look then at those odds now. There is a short-priced favourite in that particular group. Luke Littler starting off at a 7-10 favourite. But then, again, you look at the likes of Kenny Neyens at 8-1, and even Alex Spellman there, 13-2 for a player that's won what he's won in North America against a high-quality field. We've seen the likes of Jacob Taylor, Leonard Gates play really well here in the past. That could be the... Could that possibly be the fancied bet if you're looking away from the favourites?
When we look at the odds here, one thing I've tried to do this morning is look through the seasonal average, the last 12 months average, to see what the variation is. There's not a lot of variation between Luke Littler on those 12-month averages and everybody else, but there is a big variation in reputation, and reputation is a lot in this game, and he's got a big one right now.
Well, let's have a look then and see what Matt Edgar has picked today with his prime time tips at breakfast time here at the Super Series. And I tell you what, you've gone a bit bold today, Matt. A 7.75 to 1 shot.
Yeah, it's one of those days again today where there's because of the type of players in here and the reputations that we've got amongst these players, there's not so much in the head-to-head markets. We've got to delve a little bit deeper. I think we're going to be treated to a lot of 180s today. I think that's the market to keep your eye on.
Oh, and we very much look forward to that. Well, our first game of the session sees Luke Littler in action. He's going to be taking on Nathan Girvan, who competed in last year's World Youth Final. We'll hear from Luke a little bit later on in the session ahead of his debut in this competition. But very quickly with Nathan, good 2022. We're going to see a bit more of him here this week. What are you expecting from him?
It was this time last year that he found a really good purple patch of form. So you tend to find that when you come back to that period of time again, you get good memories, good vibes. It's like positive anchors, we'd call it in the psychology world. And just things like the weather outside or these little things can just trigger those emotions because he was in a real good vein of form. And this was the thing that kicked him off last year. And then he went and had those big runs on the Challenge Tour. So we could be about to come back into that hot spell.
We will most certainly see. We're looking forward to this week. Week 10 promises to deliver here at the MODUS Super Series. And we kick off with a clash between Nathan Girvan and Luke Littler, a combined age on the Oki of 36. That is the MODUS Super Series bringing through some of the best talent in the world. Well, Matt Edgar's going to make his way down to the commentary box to join Chris Mason for all the proceedings this week. Hello, Chris.
Good morning, Henry, and hope you had a wonderful Easter weekend. Well, Matt was talking about a hot spell and the weather outside. Well, it's raining cats and dogs. This is the nicest place to be on a typical British bank holiday Monday. As mentioned, a combined age of 36, 20 Nathan Girvan, Luke Littler 16. Achieved an
first flag is Nathan to throw first
already, and these two will know each other very, very well. And it's an interesting tie to start the day. And Luke Littler does come here with
58.
Huge reputation, as mentioned by Matt Edgar. What impresses me about him is even with the
100.
weight of expectation, he tends to just produce.
Nothing seems to faze him, does it? It's
99.
not his TV debut. We've seen him play in the WDF World Championship at Lakeside, which is a very iconic venue and event. And we saw him in the UK Open as well. And if you want to know that nothing phases him, look at those three, a 180. And all three of those could have fit in one of those famous mints.
95.
Well, he messaged me yesterday trying to find a pub to practice, and I was obviously gave him the information he needed.
131.
I'm thinking, well, if I was just about to play potentially 6 days of darts, I don't think I'd be worrying about having a throw on a Sunday, but
23. Luke Littler 90.
The dedication and commitment he shows, and he's getting the rewards for that commitment. Tops
70.
would have been for a 12-dart opening leg on debut here at the Super Series.
You mentioned that commitment, but that's also that youth side coming through, isn't it? That enthusiasm.
100. Luke Littler 20.
I know if I was coming here for the week, I'd be worried about fatigue.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be worrying about that. Well, here's a chance for Nathan, and you feel he's going to have to
score. Nathan Littler 126.
produce checkouts of this level, and that's nowhere near.
Remember an old Shane Burgess comment when you mentioned about playing Phil Taylor, and he says, you'll get chances, 167, 170, 161. I feel like that's what this is going to be like with Luke Littler this week, where if you are going to beat him, you're going to have to take opportunities. That was Nathan Girvan's throw, and he needed Luke Littler to miss 3 darts till he have a shot at a 126.
Yeah, he's
going to Luke to throw first.
Find himself. Well, a lot of the players are going to find themselves a throw behind.
139.
Already a
100.
World Youth Champion, and Nathan Girvan, a World Youth finalist, losing out to Josh Rock in the final.
92.
Although Josh was pretty unplayable in that final, averaged, I think it was around 104.
For me, they're
43.
the two to keep the eye on. Josh Rock and Luke Littler. I don't see anything else at the moment that can really rival them. You mentioned he's picked up a Youth World Championship, but I
140.
think anything in the youth game has got Luke Littler's name on it. And I wouldn't even just single out the youth game. He's picking up
78.
seniors titles around the
Luke
world as well.
130.
Him and Bo Greaves, two of the most exciting young
54.
players. Well, I was going to say emerging, but they already have.
And it's very rare that we see this. I'm casting my mind back to players that have dominated
140. Look,
in
you're
youth darts and
76.
transitioned so easy to seniors. I'm thinking Stephen Bunting
Yep.
and Michael Van Gerwen.
Yep, they would be the two that I certainly would be
Each on the
thinking
second
about.
leg. Luke Littler.
And when we were talking about those levels, we're seeing them right now. 97th, the average for Luke Littler, and he's missed 3 darts at a double
Like
in the
Nathan to
opening
throw
2
first.
legs.
Game on.
Nathan back around the mid-80s, and that's pretty much on
44.
his seasonal average, isn't it?
Well, when we talk about seasonal averages, Luke Littler is up by the 90, but he recently went to the PDC Development
54.
Tour, which is their youth system. He's top on the averages of that. And what's impressive there is, first of all, the overall average,
100.
92.32. If we was to take that and move that over to the PDC Pro Tour, he'd be number 54 in the seasonal averages.
Wow.
47.
But a further bit to that, and this is why I think players are going to struggle to keep pace with him, his front 9 average, that's where the real scoring happens,
60.
is 105.02, which, if we move that over to the PDC Pro Tour, would see him for scoring power as the world number 23.
82.
'Wowzers.
43.
He has a good pace about his game as well, doesn't he? Just gets on with it at the
138.
pace that suits him. One thing I like about it is he's got pace within the action and within the throw, but the process is done
93.
at a slow. It doesn't just rush around.
No, it's measured.
Sometimes you'll see people who are quick at the hockey and then they'll stomp around the back really quickly and they'll stand at the back for an extra 4 or 5
58.
seconds, which is
Nathan
why
Carr,
sometimes the quicker
161.
players have a bit too much process time. Too much thinking can go on.
Nathan will be
65.
thinking,
Luke
I
Carr,
wonder what's going on here,
122.
because he could find himself 3-0 down in 6 minutes.
76. Nathan Carr, 96.
This has got to go. That's a good goal. Oh, he's looking for the double-double. Sure about that.
56.
That
Luke
looks a good
Carr,
marker.
46. Getting shot on the third leg. Luke
I
Littler.
think for Nathan right now, this Super Series has come at a perfect time because his game's not in a great place. And he needs
Both
to
leg Luke
work
to
on
throw
it. And
first. Game on.
there's no better work than real work.
But this time last year, cast yourself back
81.
12 months. Nathan Girvan was one of those players that you'd say is really bursting through and building up towards what would look likely to be a successful Q school.
60.
Yeah, I think he was one of the, well, I obviously know him very well. And he was desperately disappointed about losing the World Youth Final.
56.
And desperately disappointed about getting a tour card, but I don't think he's anywhere near ready for a tour card. And
134.
try to explain why without being too negative. And it's hard because the youngsters today do want everything,
134.
and they want it now. Well, they want it yesterday.
60.
Sometimes losing something like a World Youth Final can weigh quite heavy because you've had all that time and excitement building up to that. And when that's gone, it's gone. What do I do now? I've now got to go earn another opportunity. When you're in, like, say, the top 16, for example, it's okay, I've not done the match play, but it's okay. The Grand Prix in a couple of months' time, and there's always something to look forward to.
140.
He
Look
will
your
be in
card,
the
50.
Grand Slam this year by virtue of making the World Youth Final.
45. Nathan, your card,
Nearly
107.
a perfect start there for Luke Littler. An opportunity to have wrapped that one up 4-0. A chance for Nathan Girvan. First start at a double.
75. Luke, your card, 5.
Might
On
be
the
his
back,
last.
yeah, and on the back of a ton plus finish.
One. Nathan, your card,
It's
32.
another opportunity. This is for a break of throw.
Game shot on the
Nails it.
4th leg. Nathan Girvan.
Despite the max, here's a leg for Nathan Girvan. We'll settle him down.
5th leg, Nathan, to throw first. Game on.
Again, he's just got to watch that first start.
57.
It's a lot of low. I've tried to drum into him. When you're feeling like that and you're consistently low, just pick a spot just over.
58.
Till it feels natural to be. That's a better dart. People go, how can it be a better dart if it's missed? But
60.
if you're going to miss just over.
I suppose it's a better dart because you know what the plan is. So
Yeah.
you know what he's trying to achieve with that dart, and it's obviously successful to plan A.
57.
I'll say plan B because plan A would be the treble 20.
Yeah.
And the reason it probably would be better for him
96.
is the angle of entry of the dart is got that little bit of a kick and an upright. So when he's underneath, he's actually reducing target space on the treble 20.
Yeah, he's pretty much forced
60.
instantly to run for cover. And that's something that
41.
we've spoke about and tried to work on, that acceleration. Sometimes just too aggressive. Look how this is just soft and it's got that fluidity to it.
98.
Nothing's forced. There it is again. And it ends up low. You're throwing harder, but
93.
because the aerodynamics are lost in the dart itself because of the aggressive nature it's coming out the hand, it loses speed.
I think he's pushing because he's releasing a bit
134.
late.
Nathan
Yeah.
Girvan,
It's like he's,
154.
when you get a bit nervous, you almost don't want to throw the dart, you want to put it in the board. And I think with that little bit of lack of confidence, he's just hanging on to it a bit long and forcing the issue.
Well, that one
130.
was thrown
Look your car,
much
94.
more comfortably. 94 for the match.
Goes what is now known as the old school route
69.
to guarantee a dart at the ball.
Nathan car, 24.
But when it's in a match-winning situation, I prefer that way.
No score. Look your car, 25.
If he was lacking a bit of confidence, that is not going to help the situation doing that this early in the day. Negativity tends to lag through the day.
15.
Well, another
Nathan
couple of
Car,
match darts
24.
missed there for Luke Litter. That is 4 he's had now. 5 if we include the bull actually as well.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Well,
Nathan Girvan.
One thing we can see when you mention those stats and those brilliant scoring stats so far on the
6th leg Luke to throw
development tour,
first. Game on.
there is a fair bit of range there in terms of how it drops off. So if he does
56.
have maybe a slight weakness, it may be finishing. And I'm not judging that on this performance
97.
here because he's on debut. I don't care how good you are or how much experience you have. Getting used to the
95.
surroundings, the format, takes a game or two at least.
180.
And now he's playing with a bit of freedom.
These two do have previous, very recent actually, the 1st of April this year on the
70.
PDC Development Tour. That was a game that went the way of Luke Littler. But he didn't like that dart in the treble 20 on
57.
that last visit. Thought it was a bit loose.
He was, of course, looking for the perfect 6, 180, followed by a 170 out.
134. Nathan Carr, 167.
I've had 3 maximums already in this match. 2 for Luke. That 180 from
100.
Nathan Girvan.
Luke Carr,
His
146.
first one, but it could be the most important one of the game because it's potentially, it's giving him the opportunity to get a breaker throw here.
96. Nathan Carr, 67.
Get us level. Something I didn't expect to be seeing when Luke Little was running away with leg 4.
35.
Luke
Luke Carr,
to level
50.
things up at 3-3, and he would have had to throw in the decider.
Game shot and the match.
As
Luke
it
Littler.
is, Luke Littler eventually wraps it up, but it's 12 darts at a double there, which allowed Nathan Girvan almost to get right back in the contest. But on debut, a win for Littler and an average of 83.89. When we come back, it is Alexander Merkx up against Alex Spellman.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Luke Littler has got his campaign off to a perfect start, getting the better of Nathan Girvan by 4 legs to 2 in our opening game of our Monday morning session. Well, game 2 sees one of the best players of North America in action in Alex Spellman. He takes on Alexander Merkx, a man who made it to Champions Week last time out and even made it through to Finals Night and Champions Night in Series 2. But for the American Spellman, it's a first appearance for him here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and I caught up with him a little bit earlier on. Alex, welcome to the Super Series. What was your first impressions when you walked through the doors this morning?
It's excellent, second only to my setup at home. No, it's great. It's a different aesthetic, different feel than, floor matches or what we have, back in the States.
Obviously, we've seen a lot of you on the CDC tour, but for those maybe tuning in the UK that maybe not seen much of you before, just describe a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, I was always a player that kind of stayed where I was. I didn't really travel much. COVID hit, started playing online, started seeing the results of all the work I was putting in, decided to maybe try a little harder, push myself, see where I could take it. Took the CDC tour. First year, didn't quite make the playoffs. Second year, made the playoffs, won the Continental Cup. Also, I know this is steel tip. I play soft tip very rarely, but I am an ESPN athlete. Mm-hmm. I did win ESPN bull shooter, so I do have some prior, televised experience. But this will probably be. I mean, the CDC obviously is televised on PDC TV, but this will probably be, my first experience in something like this. So.
We've seen a lot of great stuff from American players here in the last few weeks, the likes of Leonard Gates, obviously Jacob Taylor from Canada do well here. Would you be liking to emulate that and kind of show, obviously, you're one of those major players in the United States as well?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I've been over here doing the Challenge Tour, did Q School, again, got invited to play the Players' Championship in Hildesheim the last time we were there. I haven't brought my A game yet here. Some external forces that kind of made it a little tougher, but I've been on an upswing, and if there's a time to do it, it's going to be this week.
Well, I wish you all the very best, Alex. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, Matt, a very interesting interview. He believes he's on an upswing. Looks to be a steady enough player. I've tracked a few of his numbers in Q School, and of course that invite he got into the Players' Championships. Be interesting to see how he responds and how he will deal with not playing knockout darts.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he's played a little bit like that over in America because they do a lot of travelling over there, don't they? And one thing that you tend to find is when they put in those long miles that they don't just want to play the one game or the one event. They do a lot of double elimination.
Yeah, I was just about to say there's a lot of double elimination in a lot of the events in America. The opening night will be luck of the draw, where you're just paired up with anybody randomly, and depending in what tournament, you don't keep that partner for you just that one game, and then all the names go back into the hat, and then you're drawn with another random player, and then they have cricket singles, cricket pairs, men's pairs, mixed pairs, they have multiple tournaments, but it's that whole mentality of playing in round robins, which can sometimes catch people out because they get too mentally affected by a defeat. But we know plenty about Merkx. He's won a week here, hasn't he?
He has, and he was very good that week. He came in as a bit of a underdog surprise package, which is 55. Why I like Adam Mould coming in later in the week as well, because the pair of them doing the same sort of thing where they've had sort of a surprising week win, and putting them both on the same one means that they both can't do it again.
137.
Yeah, Merkx was my pick that week after the opening day he played. I seen enough to think that he's one of those players that once he gets his tail up, he can really play at a high level. And then listening to his interviews, he cares not about reputation, and he's very much a quick player.
65.
And a first start merchant.
It's very much a thing of the past, really, with a lot of the players coming through, isn't it? To really care about those sort of big reputations. We're seeing players like Peter Wright losing on the European Tour early this week, becoming quite regular.
Yep, Lee Evans, a friend of the Super Series, of course.
82. Alex Sukar, 32.
Did not let go of that one.
Getting shot in the first leg, Alex Spellman.
And Alex Spellman, you feel like that was a bit of a pinch in the pocket, that one. A good spell at the end there for the man.
Second leg, Alex.
Well, it was a leg that had a 180 and a 177. But it's a 16-dart breaker throw, identical to Luke Littler, who didn't hit a 177, but did hit a 180. And a 16-dart breaker throw. Maybe that's a sign.
I do a lot on
100.
YouTube over on Edgar TV. I'll just pick that one up quickly. And I have quite a lot of following from over in America and Canada and people that play on things such as the CDC. And I do a lot of videos sort of around Q School, predictions and watch-alongs. And one name that kept coming up was people saying, don't sleep on Alex Spellman. So I'm really excited to actually see him here because I've never physically seen him play darts, but I've always kept a keen eye on his results because he has a big following over in America, and there's a lot of people that have a lot of faith in this man.
Yeah, I watch a lot of the CDC, and I've seen a fair bit of him on there. He's also
98.
He's also won some qualified for some big events already this year, hasn't he?
He has. So he will be taking part in the events up at New York when the PDC head over for the World Series, for the US Masters and the North American Championship, which means he'll be on the stage at New York taking on one of the top PDC stars.
59.
But he'll
Alex
also
Sukar,
have the
118.
opportunity to try and follow in the footsteps of some of those big American names that have come over to play in the World Championships.
Yeah, didn't Danny Baggish win that?
Danny Baggish won the CDC.
78. Alexander Yukar, 154. $94. Alex Yukar, 40.
Well, to double his lead, back to back, 16 dart legs. That's not going to happen.
Getting shot
But
in the
it's a
second
17.
leg, Alex Spellman.
Well, that's more than enough right now. Tidy enough start from Alex Spellman.
you remember last year, it was very close for Danny Baggish. She actually reached the
Third leg's
final.
Alexander to
He
throw first.
missed
Game
out
on.
to Leonard Gates.
That's
95.
I think that just shows the development as well of darts over there. Before we used to get like Darren Young come over, but we've never had so much competition, I believe, on the other side of the world to get over here and play in these big tournaments.
Well, there was a player that I thought might sort of create a bigger influx of players, and that was Dawson Michelle, a young player and a slightly
59.
different type of player than we're used to seeing, but didn't quite work out for him.
58.
I tell you what, I bet Alex Spellman, some player at cricket, because his combination shots on the 19s are mustard. He moves around the board quite freely.
133.
An example of that, picking off the 19s.
Did mention there that he doesn't play a lot of the soft tip, and
100.
the more I speak to people
132.
from America and Canada, the more they really want to come away from that soft tip.
Yep.
And they love a game of cricket, but the 0-1, as they call it, is where they really want to apply the trade. It is the ball. And this is a keen target
91.
for the players that play soft tip.
Alexander Carr, 108.
Double 16.
76. Alex Carr, 41.
He's averaging 97.5 right now, Spellman. Is very, very tidy indeed.
Game shot on the third leg. Alex Spellman.
And he's got the double break of throw. And the darts now to wrap this one up 4-0. This would be a bit of a surprise. I mean, the bookies had them
Fourth leg, Alex to throw first.
pretty much as
Game on.
a pick'em game, but for me, I thought this one was 7 legs written all over it.
As I mentioned before, I've been told an awful lot
59.
about Alex Spellman, but you can't really put it together until you've even seen the face and you've seen the throw, and otherwise you're just looking at numbers on the screen. And once you've seen it and you've seen how they handle themselves and move around, I'm mightily impressed with Alex Spellman, and I can see why he comes with such a high recommendation.
Yeah, well, playing in the CDC, it's quite similar to this environment. So we'll be using the experience from that
57.
here.
Did mention that this is kind of his TV debut. He did win an athlete competition
60.
back at home. And who said dart players aren't athletes? We've got one right on the stage who's won a title for being an
47.
athlete.
Only in America. Looking at the fundamentals of the throw, certainly
80.
nothing negative I can pick out at all.
I don't know
140.
why, but every time I'm watching Alexander Merkx throw and I'm watching that side of the screen, I just feel a bit Vincent van der Voort, but I don't know why, because it doesn't actually replicate the throw of Van der Voort. It's just got Van der
Alexander
Voort
Carr,
vibes.
117.
Little insight into the mind of Matthew.
27. Alex Carr,
Well, you only want a little
109.
bit. You don't want to spend the day in there. Shot still on. Treble 18. It is now off. I would not be surprised to see Alex Spellman
41. Alexander Carr,
successful
90.
on the ball quite a few times today.
Yep.
What about Alexander Merkx?
65.
The
Alex
rate of
Carr,
dart was nice.
68.
The line was off.
This game would be off and done. Alex Spellman can
58.
hit the double
Alexander
10.
Carr, 25.
Just like in our first game, race into a 3-0 lead. and offer a few opportunities.
Game shot on the fourth leg, Alexander Merkx.
Well, that's one way of getting 25, Matt.
Yeah, I wouldn't be recommending that one if you are watching along at home and think, how do I take out 25? That is not
Fifth leg, Alexander to throw
the
first.
prescribed option. I suppose as long as you're at 25 points ending with a double, it doesn't really matter what happens before it. In our opening game, Luke Littler did go 3-0 up and then was in that situation that Spellman was there where you just misses two darts, and could have got himself into a spot of bother where Girvan did have a dart to take us all the way. So if Spellman was keeping his eye on that screen, he may just fear that history might repeat itself a slight bit here.
66.
Our final two players of the group of 6 in this Group A. Up next,
85.
Neyens up against Stephen Johnstone. You're joining us for the first time. Group A is 6 players, 2 points for a win. Each player plays 5 matches
70.
a day. Winner of Group A on Wednesday, straight through to Saturday night's final. Position 2 and 3 into Thursday and
59.
Friday night's Group B. 4, 5 and 6. Back for the Thursday and Friday afternoon session.
If you are looking to play along with the Super Series at home today, do play careful with your Stephen Johnstone, because
45.
from
Alexander
my
Lucar,
research,
120.
there are 3 different Stephen Johnstones in darts.
100.
So if you get one in Chicago, that is the wrong Stephen Johnstone.
Because this one's from Glasgow, just a little bit further, a little bit closer to home. And don't worry, we'll keep you up to speed with all the
140.
goings on
Alexander
over in
20.
Munich in the latest
shot on the
Euro
fifth
Tour.
leg.
I'll give you some
Alexander Merkx.
results from last night if you're unaware, a little bit later. That gets underway at midday. Like I said, we'll do a bit of dart soccer Saturday for you and keep you up to speed.
Looks like Alex to throw first. Game on.
Does that mean you're going to be Jeff Stelling today?
Well, I'd like to be that good, but I'll give it a good go.
81. 50.
This game really is absolute carbon copy of that first one. Spellman just seems to be losing
96.
a little bit of that scoring power, but one thing he's not losing is his composure.
93.
Literally giving nothing away, no signs of stress. Which you tend to notice those on game 1, and then the most important moment where it's
60.
that moment of qualification. All the rest of it, didn't feel pressure? I'd argue.
140.
You know it's yourself, Chris, when you're playing a big game or you're playing in a World Championship game, the first thing you want to do is get a leg on the board.
Yep.
And then the next thing you want to do is win the match. Everything in the middle is just the match. You just get lost in that.
140.
Yeah, it's just sort of building up, isn't it? Especially in a round-robin format.
70. Alex Lucar, 124.
I basically broke it down into just 5 individual matches. Almost like 5 county games, I suppose.
We just spoke about the ball. He's not going to win the match
83.
on the ball in
Alexander
this
Lucar,
situation.
148.
But with Alexander Merkx unable to take the 148, this means Spellman should get
60.
another 2
Alex Lucar,
darts
41.
to wrap this up, and it would be an absolute carbon copy of the first match. So 2 darts, it's now going to be 1. It's going to be 88. That's a brave dart there from Alex Spellman. After
25.
missing the single
Alexander
number,
Lucar,
a lot of people would have
88.
gone safe down the bottom end of the board.
Yeah, agreed.
Game shot on the sixth leg. Alexander Merkx.
Alexander Merkx pops the 88 and takes us to a deciding leg. Spellman.
Seventh and final leg. Alexander to throw first. Game on.
4-0.
There is a 10-second break between legs here at the Super Series, and
40.
Alexander Merkx, and I'm not surprised there to see the 40 go in, was literally chomping at the bit. He was walking to the hockey back, he was watching that screen, watching that countdown of 10 seconds. He was literally bouncing
100.
around like Conor McGregor about to get in the octagon.
97.
Those situations, you're better off going to the drinks table and having a little wander around.
I'll say bouncing around, which is probably a bit of an exaggeration because he was just sort of watching and rocking. But in his head,
25.
you know that he was just, come on, watching those seconds come down, wanting to get on with the battle and the match. And all that is just
96.
extra processing time.
One out of them, 40.
Wow. Managed to find the treble 20 through a gap that looked like it
44.
didn't exist. Now, a defeat here for Merkx won't feel as bad because he trailed 3-0 and probably thought he was going to get beat 4-0. However, a defeat for Spellman would hurt.
60.
And we'd find a lot out about him.
60. $86. Alexander Carr, 164.
Another one of those. Oh, would have left the ball.
96.
some way
Alex
to end
Carr,
the match.
90.
He should be getting a match start here just by staying straight. Another one of those or the treble. Oh, he's not stayed straight. It will not be any more match starts. And you was blowing because you thought that was too close for comfort with the first
36.
start.
Alexander Carr,
And you should be just
68.
looking at a big 20. Just to make sure. Double 16.
52. Alex Carr,
Match
54.
start to complete the comeback.
You would not have expected there to be a match start, and that one again a bit close for comfort, but he's got two more darts. One left in hand for Alex Spellman to get his first win of the Super Series.
14. Alexander Carr, 16.
This could end up hurting.
Will be big defeat. Oh, how has that not gone in? How much of it can he see?
No score.
Not enough.
Alex Carr, 40.
4 darts to win it. 4-3.
Welcome to the land of opportunities. One dart left in hand.
Game shot in
Finally
the
gets
match,
over the
Alex
line
Spellman.
in a game that both players are probably going to lead the stage, thinking they should have won. Alex Spellman 3-0 up, and Alexander Merkx brought it back. Had 4 darts to win that himself, but in the end, it was Alex Spellman that gets over the line, gets the points on the board. A debut win for Alex Spellman. Coming up next, we've got Kenny Neyens taking on Stephen Johnstone.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Well, Alex Spellman made it difficult for himself in the end, but he has won on his debut here at the MODUS Super Series, racing into a 3-0 lead against Alexander Merkx before the Dutchman rallied back to send us all the way to a deciding leg, which Spellman then managed to find that winning double in. Well, it's a battle of two debutants in our third match of the session. It pits Belgium's Kenny Neyens up against Scotland's Stephen Johnstone. And earlier on this morning, I caught up with Stephen to gauge his thoughts ahead of his debut on that stage behind us. Stephen, a very warm welcome to the MODUS Super Series. What was your first impressions on the setup?
Oh, great setup, great stage. Looks like a bit of buzz up there playing darts, so never played on a stage before, so it's all new to me, so everything's a bonus, but really, really good.
You qualified via the ADC qualification system. Just describe a little bit about that event.
Yeah, it was a good event. They held it in the Crown in Bowness, Falkirk. Alan Kerr runs it and perfectly run, great players, great tournament. I was lucky enough to get the chance to come here and play darts.
You've obviously, it's a big week this week. Have you set any goals or expectations?
No expectations, everything's a bonus, but if I'm on that stage, I'm what to win, so that's what I'm going for.
Well, we look forward to watch you play, Stephen. Good luck.
Thanks very much.
Top man, appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Well, I like the attitude. If he's up on that stage, he's there to win, and why not? And his late father was very much of that mindset. Peter Johnstone, I know that firsthand because he stuffed me 3-0 in 1998 at the Embassy. Peter went on to reach the quarterfinals. Lack of experience there, walking the wrong way.
These are things that you've got to consider, aren't they, when you get to a TV stage? Because all the cameras go to the left-hand side. You'll see them there on your screen on the left. So if he exits to the left, he'll be blocking your view at home and you won't be able to see what's going on. So I reckon
Game on.
won't be long before Paul Hinks gives him the reminder to exit to the right.
Stephen living in Falkirk. I remember Peter was definitely from Glasgow.
140.
Got to walk the other way, yep. He's just let him know, otherwise he'd be walking in and out of shot.
180.
Sure, all the Kenny Neyens fans want to see Kenny throwing the darts.
45. $180.
Oh. Both of these on debut, of course.
100. Kenny O'Carr, 45.
Back-to-back 180s after an opening 96. Could be
Getting shot
an
on the
11
first leg.
darter.
Kenny
Welcome
Neyens.
to the Super Series. My goodness.
Stephen Johnstone has just stood on stage there saying he's never done anything like this before. This is a TV debut. And one thing you do when you go to TV for the first time is you expect everyone to do brilliance all the time. Well, Stephen can sort of vouch for that. That can happen.
Well, Kenny Neyens was one of these...
85.
Another one of these youngsters that had a lot of expectation.
59.
You're seeing why.
See the
80.
Belgian flag, the colours across his shirt. Belgium, a very hotbed at the moment for developing talent. I've spent quite a bit of time over in Belgium recently, and
60.
I'm finding a high number of players that are just starting out in darts, loads of new players. It's a big hotbed of interest right now. So
140.
we look at the players that are coming through from Belgium as well, and I wouldn't be surprised to see plenty more following the way.
60.
Kenny Neyens has won titles as well, 2 on the development tour, 2 on the challenge tour, so he could be one of those leading lights.
A player 100. Benefit massively from this experience. Yeah, you were out there doing some seminars recently, weren't you, in Belgium?
Yeah, very well attended.
100.
selling out all
Kenny
across the
O'Connor,
country.
96.
And of course, we've got a Euro
Getting shot on
Tour
the second
event there
leg. Kenny Neyens.
this year, haven't we? For the first time. Or was it a World Series event? A Euro Tour.
If you cast your mind back 6 years,
Third leg,
when I
Kenny to
said
third
name players
first.
from
Game
Belgium,
on.
you'd go Kim Ibrex,
Well, Eric
Dimitri
Claris
van den
was
Berg.
the first one I can sort of really remember, and he went on to win the World Masters, of course. And
1 out of them, 40.
sadly for Eric, yes, he had an accident and ended up shattering his elbow, which sadly put
One
an
out of
end to
them,
his career.
40.
But yeah, he was some player, Eric. And like you say, the next one you think about is Kim Huybrechts, really.
But now if I asked you to name some players from Belgium, the list
44.
is getting longer.
Yeah. Well, it's almost like that impact to add in Holland with Barneveld, wasn't it?
I think it's going that way. It's
100.
You know, we saw Holland, then we see Germany. I think Belgium's going to be the next real hotbed. We've got dart shops popping up left, right, and centre, so people have got access to good quality equipment. There are
77.
plenty of shops that offer video technology now and support with the throw and the
100.
equipment. Oh, it's a real country adopting the modern technology and the modern ways in sport. Where sometimes I think that's one of the negatives here in the UK, that I suppose
82.
everyone's an
Stephen
expert, aren't they? No one wants
161.
to embrace the change that other countries are, which might be why development-wise
57.
England's
Kenny
just
O'Connor,
starting to
158.
level back off again, and the rest of the world's catching us up in this sport.
Yeah, it is a Euro Tour, and it's only about a month away in Belgium.
58. Stephen O'Connor, 104. $84. Kenny O'Connor, 100.
His performance prior to this leg was
68. Stephen
reminding
O'Connor,
me of
20.
another incredible debut appearance, and that was from Cam Crabtree.
No
He
score.
averaged
Kenny O'Connor,
115.62 on debut. Kenny Neyens, up until this leg, was around that kind of number.
And I was on commentary for that game as well. And after leg
16.
two,
Stephen
I was
O'Connor,
having that
20.
same vibe, and I looked over and saw the average of 120, and I thought, I'll give it another leg. I'm very surprised there.
No
With these
score.
big, thick
Kenny O'Connor,
barrels, I
16.
thought if he comes anywhere near them, that's going to bounce into the double 10. But he somehow managed to get that in between the double
Getting
10
shot on the
and where the
third
darts
leg.
was.
Kenny Neyens.
Each of our games so far today, one of the players
Fourth leg,
has led
Stephen to
3-0.
third first. Game on.
In our opening match, Nathan Girvan pegged 2 back. Match number 2, Alexander Merkx got 3 back.
60.
Stephen Johnstone going to be our first to complete a comeback.
The way Kenny Neyens is
180.
playing and finding the scores, a third maximum of this game so far. I think Stephen's up against it here, but
60.
he'll certainly come off after this debut game and analyse and process, and be interesting to know where he ends up with that, because for me I'd be thinking, well,
60.
managed to have 7 darts at the double. It wasn't like, even if it is a 4-0, it's not like it wasn't without opportunity.
95.
But when he is missing, it's not like he's a million miles away.
$81.
Like most quick players, Kenny Neyens dependent on that first dart.
30.
Well, the first time I mentioned him not being a million miles away, hits a small 5. Nice one.
Very rare we see this with a
45.
quicker player, that they've got that sort of composure to stop the flow, because a lot of the time the quicker players do it on
125.
feel.
Kenny O'Carr,
So
135.
they don't want to stop once they're in that flow, but he did. He reset there, which is an interesting thing I'll keep an eye on throughout the day. Not happy with those two. Attacks himself.
77. Stephen O'Carr, 131.
Covered well. And we'll be back at 58 for full zip. An average
57.
in excess of
Kenny
90.
O'Carr, 58. $48. Stephen O'Carr, 74.
It's always a strange one, isn't it? One giving yourself a tap in the head, because the only person you're beating is yourself. You're never going to find a winner there.
54.
But two again, good thrown
10.
darts from Stephen. Right on the wire. But that might be how he processes and analyses this one, that it's a game of missed
Game shot of the
opportunities.
match, Kenny Neyens.
Kenny Neyens made plenty of opportunities for himself, courtesy of that big power scoring. 3 180s carried him through that one, and a 4-0 success for Kenny Neyens. Coming up next, we see the return of Luke Littler taking on Alexander Merkx.
As far as starts go in the MODUS Super Series, they can't get much better than Kenny Neyens. He kicked off his Super Series career with an 11-dart leg en route to a 4-0 success against Stephen Johnstone. That rounds off our first round of fixtures on this Monday morning at the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. Beginning round two, it's Luke Littler and Alexander Merkx, and in the commentary box, here's Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Henry. Round two about to get underway. Littler got his campaign off. with a 4-2 win against Nathan Girvan. Merkx went down to Spellman, not before having match darts himself. Multiple match darts. They go 1
First
to
leg is
4.
Luke to through
Littler.
first.
11
Game
to
on.
4 Merkx.
There's a lot of faith in Luke Littler from the odds compilers today, but there's a lot of faith
81.
from Luke Littler from his sponsors, from the darting world in general.
100.
He's a name you'll see regular popping up on social media as one to watch, but also in the winner's enclosure.
Like you
60.
mentioned, alongside Josh Rock, two of the hottest properties in darts right now.
140.
I have no doubt he would have a tour card if he was allowed to have gone to Q School.
Yeah.
45. Look your car, 100.
But I have no doubt that he'll probably have one next year off the back of the development tour.
Getting shot on the first leg. Luke
An
Littler.
11 darter in the opening leg of our last match. Almost like Littler's gone, all right, you had an 11. Yeah, they're easy. Watch this.
Second leg, Alexander to throw first. Game on. 85.
I just can't think of another name. We mentioned during his first game Stephen Bunting and Michael Van Gerwen of players that had that aura about them where they've done well in the youth
96.
game. We've seen Kenny Neyens in the last game, one of those sort of youth players that are doing well in the youth game, but when they're transitioning to the seniors game, it just takes a
99.
little bit of time. That Nathan Girvan as well in the first game.
Yeah, well, it's as you rightly crossed over in terms of averages from
125.
Dev Tour to Main Tour. It's statistically a massive jump, isn't it?
Absolutely,
85.
when you think that Luke Littler's the top of that development tour in terms of averages, but that put him 54 in the averages of the Pro Tour, which is only 10 places inside
56.
keeping that card. But that's the very top of that secondary tour. So it's that front 9 average of Luke Littler that really stands out to me, being,
140.
well, number 23, I think we said it was, wasn't it? So
Yep.
well and truly inside the top 32 for power scoring.
Which is
29.
now such a
Alexander Lucar,
huge
92.
element of the game, isn't it? Not necessarily
60.
what you hit, it's what you miss, is how you get punished.
55. Alexander Lucar, 32.
A level game,
Game shot on the second leg. Alexander
good
Merkx.
response. Yeah, I was watching the Euro Tour yesterday. There was plenty of upsets. Barry Van Peer defeating Josh Rock 6-3.
Third leg, Luke to throw first. Game on.
King Barry, not sure if that's a massive shot, but beat Rob Cross. But the game by Andrew Gilding yesterday was stunning.
137.
Didn't miss a double. Beat Johnny Clayton 6-1 and did it with a 160 out.
100.
There was a all Premier League clash between Dobie and Dimitri. That was won by Dobie 6-2.
140.
Michael Smith dodged a bullet against a former winner here, Adam Warner. Price seat brilliant again in
100.
beating Barneveld comprehensively. Peter Wright going out to Lee Evans, another player we've seen plenty of here at the Super Series.
57.
But the matches today, Michael Smith, Edwin Price, King Barry, Barry Van Peer, Dirk against Danny, Dana Heta against
140.
Dobie,
Luke Lucar,
Aspinall Williams,
167.
Jim Williams that is, Chisnell against Gilding, Evans against Cullen, and Humphreys against DeSouza.
57.
So
Alexander
when that
Lucar,
starts, I will be
161.
letting you have all the results.
97. Luke Lucar,
Barry Van
110.
Peer, what an example of a player of someone, your development doesn't always have to be within the PDC system.
Well, he had to go back
54.
really before he could
Alexander
come
Lucar,
forward.
64.
I mean, that was a guy that I remember playing, Gary Anderson. I think it was in the Grand Slam, wasn't it? And Had
Getting shot on the
dartitis
third
and it
leg,
was
Alexander Merkx.
horrendous to watch. But credit to him, he went away and rebuilt.
Fourth leg, Alexander to throw
He's had a
first. Game on.
fantastic year so far, including winning the Dutch Open, one of the hardest opens to win on the calendar due to the
36.
sheer number of entries.
Yeah, and the amount of games you have to play. He played beautifully here a couple of weeks ago, didn't he?
96.
Dominated Group A.
125. $180.
He's 4 already for the day for Luke Littler. Did say at the start of the show that that was going to be something to keep an eye on today, because I think he's got potential to challenge records in that 180 hitting. If you've just had your
125.
throw broken, he's on for another 11.
130. Louis Carr 100.
Tops.
60. Alexander Carr
That's
75.
confidence for you. This is a huge moment.
55. Louis Carr 40.
May reflect on that misdired tops in 5 minutes or so.
Game shot on the
Could be
fourth
huge.
leg. Luke Littler.
3-1-2-2 is pretty self-explanatory, but it's what it does to you
Littler, Luke to throw
psychologically.
first. Game on.
Gives you a cushion as well, doesn't it?
Do you know what I like about Luke Littler?
45.
He's got a little bit of swag.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he doesn't lack confidence, but I think it's done in a
180.
fairly harmless way.
Oh, it's all about himself, isn't it? It's nothing directed to his opponent. He's
95.
confident in his own ability,
Yeah.
which is absolutely fine. We want to see that. We want to see the shoulders back. We want to see a little bit of strut.
97.
And when he doesn't hit what he expects to hit, he has a little smile to himself as if to say, well, what was that?
100.
It was a huge weekend on the ADC, wasn't there, this weekend up in
140.
Manchester? Where 4 winners who came out of the
72.
weekend will
Alexander
be
Carr 84.
taking their spots here at the Super Series. Wow.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
This
Alexander
is
Merkx.
so much. The opening leg was an 11 for Littler. Then we had a 16 and 15 from Merkx, a 13 from
Six
Luke,
leg Alexander
and that
to
was
throw
a
first.
12 from Merkx. Both players averaging well into the 90s,
60.
high 90s.
He loves it here, doesn't he, Alexander Merkx?
180.
He loves it in there, does Littler. That's a third. So that is 6th in 2 matches.
97.
When we were chatting at the start of the show and was comparing notes, looking over today's action ahead,
140.
and we got to Alexander Merkx, a questioner says, did he overachieve last time he was here? Because he's not done anything before
97.
that or after that to suggest that that week was anything more than sort of an overachievement in terms of him winning that. And actually, maybe he just really
135.
likes the format, likes the venue, loves playing on stage. We've seen in the past players such as Kevin Painter play so much better on a
32.
stage environment.
Dimitri.
Luke Carr 46.
Exactly, a more recent example. For a second 11 darter of this
Game
match,
shot on the sixth leg.
his winning
Luke
legs,
Littler.
11, 13, 11.
A little shake of the
Seventh
head
and
from
final leg, Luke to
Alexander
throw
Merkx,
first.
as if to
Game on.
say, where did that one come from? He's 3 out of 3 on the doubles. He's hit
140.
3 180s, 4 140s, and he's averaging 103.54.
44.
I like watching him. He's fun. Boy, is he good.
180. 80.
Well, I did say there may be some early nerves in his
54.
opening match. May take a game or two to settle. Well, I think he's settled.
$93.
But I did say we may look back at that tops missed by Merkx
40. Look your car, 88.
for a 3-1 lead. Could have stayed on the 16s.
48.
The trouble would have left double 12. But for winning legs of 11,
100.
13,
Look, 40.
11, and 13, he wants tops.
No score.
Well, I don't think he could have took a sheet of paper up there and got that between the wire and the dart.
Nope.
57. Look your car, 40.
Merkx is probably thinking to himself, all right, now you decide to miss when I'm not on a finish. Thanks.
Game
Stunning,
shot
though,
and the match.
from Littler.
Luke Littler.
Absolutely outstanding. 11, 13, 11, and 17. 4 180s, 50% on the doubles. 4 140s, an end average of 99.64. And what makes that scary is that looked seriously comfortable. When we come back, it is Stephen Johnstone up against Nathan Girvan in an all-Scottish clash.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182. This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Absolutely superb stuff here at the Super Series. Would you believe it? Out of nowhere, he pins a 170 finish. This is just an exhibition of fantastic finishing.
180.
That was a cracking leg of dart.
144 were called, just 6 remain. This is the Champions Week Grand Final. After 3 months and over 1,300 games, it comes down to this.
Joe Taylor, Gareth Tilling, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and yes, you could be a part of the process via the ADC yourself. And congratulations to the winners of the ADC Open Series at the weekend. 4 players winning through that. Talking about fours, Luke Littler, a 4-3 winner over Alexander Merkx in our previous match with an average just under the ton. It was in excess of 105 at one point. 4 out of 8 on the doubles, a really impressive performance from him. Next up for us then is Stephen Johnstone up against Nathan Girvan, as described by Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you, H. Yeah, those 4 winners from Manchester in the Winmore Open Series, the ADC. Event 1, Lewis Gurney. Event 2, James Richardson. Event 3, Jack Main, who went very close not too long ago here. And Event 4, Matt Clark. They have all already qualified for Series 4, which starts in
First leg is Stephen to throw first.
a month or so's time, isn't it?
Game on.
Maybe just a bit longer.
I think those results as well just give a big thumbs up to our selection committee here as well. When you look at players like
35.
Matt Clark, who gets a regular invite here now and he's through the Champions Week, and people like James Richardson, who we're going to see here this week, actually coming up later on.
60.
Well, all 4 of them would potentially have an invite anyway, but the fact that they're still supporting the system and qualifying by right is a great example.
60.
And yeah, it just big thumbs up to everyone involved there.
Well, I never hear a negative. They use this
140.
Darts Atlas system, which is a bit similar, I suppose, to Dart Connect, and the events seem to be organised
134.
superbly.
Saw some photos appear up on social media this past week regarding the ADC
100.
event, and I looked at it and I was looking at the pictures, and first of all I was looking at some of the faces and names that was there, but also when you was looking at it, it was like,
140.
look how many players are there. Let's be frank with this, the ADC is an infant in terms of how long it's been around on the darting scene, but it has really
120.
captured the
Stephen Carr,
imagination and people
132.
really getting involved to support that system, and hopefully we see it continue to grow. We're seeing it go into Northern Ireland, Australia, and
92.
it'll be
Nathan Carr,
interesting to see
81.
how that grows over the next sort of 5 years.
There's also a ladies' series has been introduced as well. I think the players
38.
are supporting the system
Stephen Carr,
because it's
40. Game shot on the first leg. Stephen Johnstone.
it's being organised how it should be done, and so often we see it not done correctly.
Second leg, Nathan to throw first. Game on.
It can be a bit of a nightmare.
44.
In the ladies' game, we're getting a lot of support recently, and certainly on
85.
the PDC side of things, which
Yep.
has seen an increase in number of entries as well, which is good to see. So
Increased prize money.
sure we'll see some more on the
140.
ADC tour, playing in the women's tour, which is also subtitled the Bo Greaves bank account at the moment.
140.
The Bo Greaves Retirement Fund.
Surprised we've not seen Bo
43.
here at the Super Series. I'm sure it's only a matter of time. I have been campaigning for a women's week.
96.
Try and get the top 12 in women's darts here at the Super Series.
98.
It's a much more improved performance here from
100.
Stephen
Yeah,
Johnstone.
huge.
Seems to be a bit more pace about him as well, which is a sign of composure.
Yeah, and he's probably feeling a lot more
136.
confident.
Stephen Carr, 80.
Just playing that first match and just getting used to everything.
Game
Yeah, this
shot
is
on the
class.
second leg. Stephen Johnstone.
Averaging 100 after 2 legs.
I think it probably helps as well when you haven't got someone like Kenny Neyens hitting
They'd like Stephen
180
to
after
throw
180
first.
against
Game
you
on.
as well. It helps you settle in a little bit easier.
100.
Stephen Johnstone earning his place through the ADC, which is, well, we've been referring that quite a lot in this event, or this match.
140.
It's a open system. You don't need a tour card like you do on the PDC, anybody is eligible to go and play.
180.
Means if you're sat at home next to your set of darts or having a throw while you're watching along today,
180.
you could be on here too.
Yeah, get yourself in the qualifiers.
60.
This world we live in, there must be thousands of great players around that have not been unearthed. Plenty of
145.
experts on the
Stephen
game
Carr,
around.
161.
Well, Nathan Girvan here. Oh my. Wow, he's
129.
Nathan Girvan after 9
Nathan
darts
Carr,
has
36.
left 36, and Stephen Johnstone almost didn't let
He
him have a
shot
shot
the
at
third
that
leg.
one.
Nathan
The best
Girvan.
leg of last week was a 10-darter by Reece Colley. It has been matched again by Nathan Girvan, but that was a scare there for Nathan.
He's probably thinking to
Well, like
himself, what
Nathan
on
to
earth have I got
first.
to do?
Game on.
No, he needs to
93.
build on that. Stem the tide in terms of legs. Stunning,
45.
stunning start to the match.
$58.
Already today we've had
58.
3 11 darters and a 10. 9 can't be far away. Not done one yet, have you?
100.
I think I'm going to be bold here. I think Luke Littler's going to do 9-darter this week.
45.
The amount of 180s he hits, he's going to get an opportunity somewhere. I think we're going to see a 9-darter from Luke Littler.
Well, Reece Colley went oh so close last week.
140. $95.
This is a
Nathan
really
Carr,
good response from
110.
Nathan Girvan. You mentioned that he's coming into this not in the greatest of form, and he's looking to try and find some of that form. He opened off with defeat
90.
to Luke Littler, as I think most people are going to have to deal with this week. And then has responded
85.
2-0
Nathan Carr,
down
20.
to a player who probably would have expected to have beaten before he came into this match with a 10-dart leg. And now
Game
an
shot on the
18
fourth
dart to
leg.
level us
Nathan
up.
Girvan.
Not too sure how much
Fifth leg,
Nathan
Stephen to throw
would know
first.
of
Game on.
Stephen Johnston. Certainly most
100.
people in Scotland will be aware of him, as I've already mentioned. His great late father was some player.
180.
Certainly doing him proud up there here.
Gave you a toweling, didn't he, in the World
He
Championship?
did, yep. Thanks for that, Matt.
140.
Had a bit of a problem with my doubles that day. Well, a
100.
little bit of a problem is an understatement. 16% on doubles.
140.
Talk about the reaction from Nathan Girvan. This is a good one here from Stephen Johnstone as well. 100 followed by 2 140s after seeing a
91.
2-0
Stephen
lead
Carr,
evaporate.
121.
We have a game on our hands here.
97. Nathan
combined
Carr,
numbers,
130.
Best game of the day so far. Needs a treble, yeah, that's awkward. Can he work around it? Can he find the ball? Watch that ankle. Has a problem with the ankle.
Game shot on
Oh,
the
what a
fifth leg.
finish from Nathan Girvan. His 2 winning legs in this match. Well, his 2 best winning legs have been 10 and 12 with an 18
Six leg Nathan
in
to
the
throw
middle.
first. Game on.
That was stunning. And it had to go.
Let's put some more context on there. Like you mentioned there, it had to go. But then second of all, he blocked the treble 20. He had to move right over to the side to
140.
find the treble 20, then reset and come back into the middle of the oche where his normal stance position is. He then fell over the oche
58.
and had to reset again He had to move position 3 times during that throw in a very
60.
important moment of the match when Johnstone has left a double after 12.
$140.
But if you watched the first game of Stephen Johnstone and thought, can this lad play? He's giving you the answer. Yes, he can.
100.
Yeah, for sure. This is a apple and oranges in terms of comparison in performance.
60.
In his opening game, he averaged just 72, just the 5 points
41.
higher in this one.
$96. Nathan
Two
Carr,
treble 20s and
160.
tops.
Can he find one pass
60.
there? That was a
Stephen Carr, 147.
wall of tungsten.
Treble 17.
97. Nathan Carr, 100.
Match opportunity for Nathan Girvan. May go tops here because how we've mentioned about the dart line can just block the treble 20.
60. Stephen Carr, 50.
The break back and to get the darts in the decider.
42. Nathan Carr, 40.
You don't feel the way Girvan has played in this one that Stephen Johnstone will return to the board. But the match dart is always the hardest one to convert. He's taking his time. He's making sure he addresses the board fully, making sure he's settled. But he doesn't
Stephen Carr, 8.
get the required result. Stephen Johnstone, who's missed 2 darts already,
Game shot on the 6th
will miss
leg.
no
Stephen
more.
Johnstone.
He levels up the game. And for the 3rd time already in just 5 matches today, we're going the distance. A sign
7th and final leg,
of a
Stephen
highly
through
competitive
first. Game
group.
on.
And he didn't think that one was going. This one was going to go the distance.
60.
I thought those darts at tops or 10s would have found the target. Psychological despair of missing match darts spilling over into the start of leg 7.
134.
Both occasions, though, he's really slowed down the approach. He's a player who will play on feel and rhythm. Might not
60.
suit just taking them extra seconds at the hockey. He's in big trouble here.
100.
He is now.
Feels Stephen Johnstone is going to get match darts.
60.
Just how many? And if Girvan is to even get a shot or an outshot, you feel it's because of Stephen Johnstone's mistakes
59.
from here rather than his own brilliance.
Yeah, 9 darts without a treble in the deciding leg.
$140. Stephen Carr, 148.
One thing we've not seen from Stephen Johnstone,
60.
though, is a situation to win a match. Lost his opening 1-4-0. He had 9 darts at a double in that one. He will get match darts, you feel, here.
40. Stephen Carr, 88.
But another troublous visit will be his undoing. Oh,
Game
and
shot
that
on the
is
match,
a way
Stephen
to win it,
Johnstone.
taking the 88 out on the button to pick up his first win of the day. Had to avoid 3 match darts from Nathan Girvan, who was averaging well in excess of a ton before the wheels fell off in that deciding leg. But it is Stephen Johnstone with a 92.77 and 50% on the doubles. Picks up his first win of the day. Up next, it's Alex Spellman against Kenny Neyens.
Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
And you can be a part of the experience every single Saturday night here at the Super Series. We'll have a QR code on screen throughout the course of the day where you can scan to get your tickets, or even better, head over to dartshop.tv to go and get your tickets for Saturday night's final. Well, before the break, we saw a thrilling game between Stephen Johnstone and Nathan Girvan, once again going all the way. It was 4-3 in the favour of Johnstone with an average of 92 and 4 out of 8 on the doubles, including a 10 dart from Nathan Girvan, but that coming in defeat. Well, next up for us, Alex Spellman and Kenny Neyens is our 6th game, rounding off round 2 with Matt and Chris.
Thank you, Henry. Interestingly, there's been a bit of money for Spellman. The before play this morning, it was 8 to 11. Kenny was even money. Now 8 to 13, Spellman. 6 to 5, Kenny Neyens. And I'm struggling to work out why. If it wasn't for a few missed doubles, Kenny Neyens would have averaged close to 100. Spellman averaged 81.26. Any idea, Matt?
He sort of stumbled over the line as well, didn't he, Alex Spellman? He was 3-0 up and Alexander Merkx brought it back. Maybe this is just a sign of the support that he has from his home nation, that people are just backing him. And he does have a lot of support over there. He does have a lot of...
Give that a scan and all the details will be there on how you can join us every Saturday night. A really enjoyable night at the darts. We're down London Road in Portsmouth in the MODUS Live Lounge. And if you're watching via our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, if you're joining us for the first time, welcome along. Please hit that subscribe button. Give us a thumbs up. Only takes you a quick
58.
A millisecond to press. And don't forget to click on that bell and you'll get an alert when we go live or add more content, which we will be doing over the next few months. And if you're into your social medias, at MSS Darts, all one word, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. Alternatively, if you want to get in touch with us today, let us know where you're watching, or if you have any thoughts on the action, you can contact Matt Edgar direct.
Yeah, I've got mine open in front of me right now. So at the Edgar501 on Twitter, if you want to come through to the commentary box today.
104. Can you
I also just want to add a little bit more to what you were saying there about the subscribe button on YouTube. It is completely free to do so as well. There is
54.
No cost
Alex Ukar, 78.
subscribing to the MODUS Super Series.
Game shot on the first leg. Alex Spellman.
Welcome to the thousands watching via your chosen bookmaker. Please gamble responsibly. Be gambling.
Second leg, Kenny to through first. Game on.
When the fun stops, stop.
100.
I think I enjoy
100.
watching Kenny Neyens just on stage as much as I'm enjoying watching him play darts. He's an interesting watch. He's
60.
An interesting character. And this is one of the interesting things as well about working with different personalities and different people, because some people have in their idea or in their mind that actually there's got to be a way of approaching things. He needs to settle down a bit. He needs to. Well, actually, this is Kenny Neyens being natural. So it's right. How do we harness this natural energy that he's clearly got? And I can tell you he's like this because when we was in these sort of bubble environments and things like that, and we was over in Germany, you'd often see him at the breakfast bar going 100 miles an hour, going up the stairs at 100 miles an hour.
81.
Just everything he's done at this upward speed. So he's not the sort of person that you could say, right, just calm it all down, you know, that works for different characters, different people.
56.
For Kenny, it's how do you harness all this energy he's got? Because sometimes you'll see him pacing up and down at the back of the stage and moving around, and so much energy to burn. Maybe he needs to go for a run or something in between matches.
56.
Yeah, that's just part of his personality. And like you say, if you tried to mess with that, you would probably
58.
take something away from him. Sure, yeah, I've got quite a big American audience due to Alex Spellman.
42.
If you know Alex,
Kenny
and you've got any
128.
fun stories, do get in touch with us. As I've said, via Edgar's
108.
Twitter page.
Alex Car 164.
Or if you've got any questions.
Another one of those. So Kenny Neyens will return now for the double 10 to level us up.
Kenny Car 20.
Left in hands.
10. Alex Car
Alex
40.
Spellman might not only be about to double his lead, but he might be about to break the throw of Kenny Neyens.
Getting shot on the second leg.
Does
Alex
so.
Spellman.
2 out of 2 on the doubles. And yeah, I would like to hear some more stories about Alex Spellman. I had a brief chat this morning with Danny Baggish, who's one of the leading lights of American darts.
Third leg, Alex to through first.
Asked what he could tell me about Alex Spellman. He actually said he believes he's a computer game programmer or designer.
Wowzers.
Which I think could be really interesting, because just last week we was talking about a darts-based computer game and how in the modern world of virtual reality that maybe they could reborn some of those games that we used to see on the PlayStation or the
60.
Wii many years ago. Did you feature in any of those games? I think you might have been in the first one.
I think I was in the first one. I bizarrely did you know, like the virtual
96.
racing and that. We did a virtual darts thing. I remember filming for the whole day, and I had to pretty much hit and throw at every
60.
target on the board so they could simulate it. It was quite bizarre.
Is that the one you've got with yourself, Priestley, Manley?
Yeah. Yeah, we all had to go to this
65.
studio place somewhere in Essex. And we all had
100.
a couple of days
Alex
there each
Car
filming.
160.
You wish you were getting royalties on the back of that one. You'd have 2 Bentleys.
$100.
So Spellman
85. Alex Car 60.
took a 3-0 lead for the second game in a row. He took a 3-0 lead against Alexander Merkx.
And I questioned why he'd come in
52.
terms of his price. Well, even when they get it wrong, they get it right.
96. Alex Car 8.
Interesting point there as well with Alex Spellman not going for the double 5, choosing to go for the single 2. That does not count as a missed dart at a double.
Getting shot on the third
Correct.
leg. Alex Spellman.
Well, this is solid, if not particularly spectacular at the moment. He's 3 from 5 on the doubles, averaging 83.5, which is not far off his
Fourth leg, Kenny to through first. Game on.
seasonal numbers. 180 in the leg.
45. $100.
Spellman here with every opportunity to join Luke Littler on 2 from 2.
59.
And those two will be the only unbeaten players.
$85.
Or can Neyens produce a 5-pack?
100.
Luke Littler.
44.
Action in our match to follow this one against Stephen Johnstone. It was very impressive last time out against Nathan Girvan.
60. $125.
Got him right back in the leg.
140. Alex O'Carr, 147.
Luca starts shortly. Oh, we're going to get no maximum break from Spellman.
$75. Kenny O'Carr, 97. $57. Alex O'Carr, 72.
To wrap it up, 4-0. There's the 48. Wants double 12. Finishing has been good.
66. Kenny O'Carr, 40.
Double 19. Just had a go at this. Would have been to leave tops.
Shot on the fourth
That
leg.
one
Kenny
is to win
Neyens.
the leg. So 2 match darts at a double for Spellman. But it is Neyens who
Fifth leg, Alex to throw first. Game
takes
on.
one back, but only a hold of throw. Alex has the darts here to get it done.
$180.
What a way to start the leg. His second of this match. Didn't get a 180 in his
45.
opening match, but did get 2 177s. He only missed 2 darts at a double in the opening 3 legs prior to having
140.
match darts. But this is a classy leg to get it done. 180 followed by a 140.
60. $130.
Casually picks off the ball. The right shot as well. About to see our 4th
45. Alex O'Carr,
11 darter
51.
of the day. Single 11. Here's the tops.
Game shot in the match, Alex
Well, it's
Spellman.
not an 11, but it is a 12 darter. And Alex Spellman remains unbeaten and goes to the top of the table on leg difference, an average of 89.25, 4 out of 9 on the doubles, 2 180s, high finish of 78. When we come back, it will be Luke Littler against Stephen Johnstone.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Alex Spellman has made it 2 wins out of 2 here at the Live Lounge by getting the better of Kenny Neyens by 4 legs to 1 in our 6th match of the day. 2 rounds down, Matthew Edgar up here on the balcony to talk about what we've seen so far. Let's begin then with Alex, because as far as starts to Super Series life is concerned, well, they don't get any better than that.
Well, we've got a few people, haven't we, making their starts to Super Series live and making debuts, but Alex Spellman, really good, really solid throughout. Chris Mason and myself looked at that and thought, this could be a tricky one here with Kenny Neyens, the way he played in the opening game and the titles that he's won over time. But to come through that in the style that he did, when he was asked a question at the very end as well, missed a couple of match darts, and then it went into the last leg after 9 darts. Pretty much had it all wrapped up.
Is it not just the victories for Alex Spellman, but the manner of the victory? Because even in that first game against Alexander Merkx, he raced into a 3-0 lead. Alexander comes back, has match darts to go on and beat him, but he manages to keep his composure.
Well, this game on today's had everything so far, hasn't it? We've seen 3-0 leads get evaporated and turned over. We've seen 3-0s turn into 3-3s, and then Alex Spellman just getting over the line. We've had everything and every sort of story, but certainly in that situation, when you get so close and then you've relied on a bit of fortune in terms of your opponent missing, to come out and dominate a game like he did in that last one is a real good sign, and why Alex Spellman is so highly regarded over in America.
Well, let's have a look then at the table following the conclusion of 2 rounds of fixtures here at the Live Lounge. And as you can see at the top of it, Alex Spellman +4, Luke Littler, the other player, on 4 points following the conclusion of the first 2 rounds of fixtures. And it's fair to say he's settled in.
Absolutely. Luke Littler's come in here with a reputation, with expectation, and just like he did in that WWF World Championship and the UK Open, it's not phased him one bit. He's coming here, he's playing really good stuff. 6 180s already. We said we expect to see quite a few of those from him. He hit 4 in his last match. So I think those two are going to battle it out throughout the table and as things go. But one thing we are seeing from this group is there is no one here who's going to be someone you can look at and go, they're going to be bottom, they're going to be cut adrift of this pack. This is going to be a tight group.
Very quickly, your thoughts on Nathan Girvan so far?
Erratic. He's had moments of absolute brilliance. That 130 finish, I said on commentary about how impressive it was, because he had to come right around the dart, then he fell over the oche, then he had to reset himself again and managed to find the bullseye for that 130. And you think, what a moment, he's going to move on and win this, and missed a handful of match darts. So erratic's probably the best way to describe him. We've seen him averaging and running past the 100 for parts of the game, but he's not able to convert it into wins because he's losing those key moments.
Well, before we get our next match underway, which is Luke Littler against Stephen Johnstone, it's actually Tungsten T-Rex time, because this is your opportunity to get your tickets through to Saturday night's final. There it is. The QR code is on the screen. There it is, the little Tungsten T-Rex. Give that a scan on your iPhone and other smart devices, and you'll be able to get your tickets through to Saturday night's final. Scan the Tungsten T-Rex. Is it? Can Matt point? Do you want to point at the screen?
You've just lowered the bar again, haven't you?
Yeah, I have lowered the bar. Shall we get on to the next match?
Yeah, please.
I think we will. It's Luke Littler up against Stephen Johnstone. This man's going to make his way down to the country box to join Chris Mason.
Yes, thank you very much. I think we'll leave it there with regards to Tungsten T-Rex. Because this could be a real tungsten tussle if Stephen Johnstone can replicate his performance against Nathan Girvan. We could have a bit of a game on our hands. Although last time out, Littler was irresistible. 4 180s, 50% on his doubles, and averaged just shy of 100, 99.64.
First leg is Luke to throw first.
Only a 4-3 win.
Game on.
And what we have seen today so far is Luke is giving his opponent opportunities.
137.
To take those opportunities.
44.
You'd see for large parts. Stephen Johnstone playing to a similar level of that average of 99.64. Did end up with a
98.
92.77. and came through adversity. Of
140.
Nathan Girvan missing multiple match darts. Not sure of you on the tungsten T-Rex, Matt.
I've never heard anything like it in my life.
140.
Tungsten T-Rex. Do you have any tungsten T-Rexes back in your day?
No. Few
100.
few players that were dinosaurs, but
126.
yeah, no T-Rexes. I think of a player that had short
95.
arms, but one will come to me.
Maybe that could be the Super Series mascot. You know, like at the football, you get like
140.
Captain Blade for
Louis
Sheffield
31.
United and things like that. Maybe we could have the tungsten T-Rex, which I'm volunteering Henry for dressing up as, by the way.
Absolutely.
Game shot on the first leg. Luke Littler.
Here are media people now thinking, right, let's get some tungsten T-Rex merchandise
Second
up
leg,
and
Stephen
running.
through first. Game on.
Full T-Rex costume. Henry walks around in the crowd beforehand, meeting all the youngsters. Well, he just got to
60.
practice his roar.
Not sure he's got a roar about him.
100.
15 dart hold in leg one. For Luke Littler.
140.
To be fair, the first time I ever met Henry, we was in a production office and we was running through things, and Henry says,
100.
it's like being in detention, which you quickly told him he's never had a detention in his life.
Absolutely not.
60.
But he's never even been told off.
134.
Beautiful cover shooting. Bit of pressure here. Steve. Oh, responds beautifully.
140. Luke Carr, 167.
Looks a different player from his opening match.
I'm noticing as well, we mentioned about the
97.
swag
Stephen Carr,
about
101.
Luke Littler, but as this goes on, Stephen Johnson's becoming more expressive in his demeanour as well.
Yeah, he's got something about him.
And I like the reaction after winning that last game as well. We could hear him with that
45.
big
Carr,
come
70.
on. Shows what it means to him.
50. Stephen Carr, 56. $16. Luke Carr, 20.
You would say he's got an unfortunate week here.
$10. Stephen Carr, 40. Game shot on the second leg.
Got
Stephen
away with one there.
Johnstone.
Got away with a couple against Nathan Girvan last time out.
The reason I say I think he's got
Third
an
leg, Luke, you
unfortunate
throw
week
first.
is because
Game on.
Luke Littler's in it. And when you look back through history,
96.
you can name, since Michael van Gerwen, 20, 25 people who was meant to be the next Michael van
99.
Gerwen, and I've never bought into it. I've never got involved. And even, this is a mighty compliment here, even Josh Rock hasn't got
60.
me down that road. I still just can't find that player to say that's the next guy
140.
till now.
Well, we've seen so many over the years, haven't we? We've all seen them as youth players, but the big difference from then and now is there was
43.
there was youth tournaments, but not done as professionally as they are now, or the structure and the environment.
100.
I remember James Wade as a youth international, and he was outstanding. Leighton Bennett in more recent times.
Oh, the list is endless.
162.
Yeah, there's just been so many great youth players over the years that never quite made that transition, because lots of things change when your interests change, your
97.
priorities
Luke Carr,
change.
140.
And the goals changed, because I remember
62.
I was one of those
Stephen
players, so I
Carr,
can really vouch
65.
for this sort of transition and what it's like. Oh, he's missed the 25. He should still get a dart at the double. Nice big section of the board here. Still gets to leave himself tops.
Game shot
And
on the third
wow,
leg,
he is
Stephen
happy
Johnstone.
with that one. Said you can expect to see some reactions from him. He knows who he's up against here. He knows he's up against a guy that we're sat here talking about. And he wants to change the conversation. He wants it to be about him.
Game on.
And if you want the spotlight on you and the conversation on you, beat the man who's got the spotlight on them. What did Ric
100.
Flair say? To be the man, you got to beat the man.
I'll take your word for it. I know he's a wrestler. He was a wrestler.
16-time
100.
champion of the world. The nature boy, Ric Flair.
How could you be the champion of the world in something that's
58.
fixed? That's weird.
But the point I was going to make in regards to that transition is the goals changed because I
135.
used to play youth darts myself.
Yeah.
And you go to events and you go to the events with the mindset of winning them.
100.
And it's all about winning and you're one of the top players in that system. And then all of a sudden you go into events where you're thrusted in there with professional players and
96.
you're no longer winning them. It's now, oh, I've won the game. That's great. I beat this player. Then the run to go to in order
100.
to
Look
win
at Carl,
those is quite a
170.
big step up from the youth. And I did. I stepped away for about 4 years, 5 years, didn't play darts, moved
Same.
completely away from it, went and got in the ring and the octagon and pursued other
58.
interests.
Stephen Carl,
Yeah, I-
143.
Pretty much knocked it on the head by the time I was 16. I mean, this is the difference of how things changed. When MFI were, oh, hang on, we'll just wait a moment. We're sponsoring the then World Match Play, which was a BDO tournament. This is back in the 80s. They actually sponsored a big youth tournament, which I won, and I got a £100 MFI voucher. And I was
87.
13.
Look at Carl, 112.
Didn't own a house, obviously, at that time. Wasn't doing any home improvements. Tops.
72. Stephen Carl, 60.
Just to put my leg
Game shot
away.
on the fourth leg,
Luke
Stephen
Littler
Johnstone.
was the 1-8 shot here. Facing his first little bit of
Fifth leg, Luke to throw first.
adversity.
Game on.
And that was the other thing as well, isn't it?
59.
The goals change as well because in youth darts, in my day, and I'm guessing even more so in yours, there wasn't money in it.
100.
You got a trophy, a certificate, and I believe probably the biggest prize I ever won was a TV with a DVD
92.
attached to it. One of those TV gombo
Yeah.
things. And it wasn't the biggest thing in the world, but that was probably the biggest prize I won.
58.
And, you know, I won quite a lot of youth titles and you didn't get anything.
No.
Oh, no, I tell a lie. I reached the final of the
134.
Yorkshire Classic in my first ever youth event, my first ever darts tournament. Beat Stephen Bunt in the semi-final, did a lap of the room, and
100.
then come back on to shake his hand. And I think I got 40 quid.
I think in terms
58.
of monetary value, although it was only a voucher, it was lost in the final
140.
to
Luke Carl, 158.
Paul Baker. And I think I won a holiday voucher for the next year
120. Stephen Carl,
at
103.
Pontins, Breen Sands.
Now you earn more than a full-time wage for being one of the top youth dart players. And you get
57. Luke Carl,
World
38.
Championship spots, Grand Slam of dart spots.
Game shot on the fifth leg, Luke Littler.
As the saying goes, if you're good enough, you're old enough. 17 dart hold, but the hard work starts here.
Six
For
leg,
Luke.
Stephen to throw first.
Yes.
Game on.
Stephen has the honour. Can he convert the advantage of throw
59.
into a win?
We just learned a lot there about Luke Littler. Going 18 double 10. That tells me at every single
114.
possibility he's going to want to leave the tops and tens because he didn't entertain the 6-double-16 route, which would have been the more traditional. I've not even seen that route before, 18-double-10. It's a very new one on me, but it's an insight to tell you he is going to go the tops, the 10s, the 5s, at every single possibility.
85.
He now has broken the throw.
60.
Stephen Johnstone is thinking about winning the match rather than just winning the leg.
70.
Let's be fair with that. It would be a sizable scalp for someone like Stephen Johnstone to beat Luke Littler.
Oh, huge and a massive upset.
96.
1-8 before the start of today's play to win this tie. Another treble 20 would leave him double 16 to do just that.
100. Luke Carr, 110.
Suppose the sportsbook really just confirmed that sizable upset, but Luke Littler will not lie down, will
90.
not go away. He loves the
Stephen Carr,
tops.
72.
But he might have to watch his opponent. He will. To watch his opponent throw two match darts, and he hits that one right in the middle of the double 6. A sizable upset here in this one. And the turnout for the books. Luke Littler goes down 4 legs to 2 to Stephen Johnstone, who was really grown into today. Coming up next, we've got Alexander Merkx taking on Kenny Neyens.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Stephen Johnstone has now recorded back-to-back wins. He gets the better of Luke Littler by 4 legs to 2. Next up for us is a lowland battle, as Alexander Merkx of the Netherlands takes on Kenny Neyens of Belgium. Very much a cosmopolitan European clash, this one, being watched by Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Obviously excelled in geography. Again, a little bit of movement here. Merkx is now 4-6, was 8-11. Neyens was evens, now 11-10. But the only unbeaten player left in the field is another Alex Spellman, who plays Nathan Girvan in the match to follow. Huge shock in the last one.
Sizable. Possibly one of the biggest turnarounds of odds I've ever seen here at the Super Series.
I'm trying to recall if we've had a 1-8 shot beat here at the
First leg is Alexander just through first.
We must have at some point.
Game on.
But obviously because that's so fresh, it's in our minds now. And I was just really puzzled though when I was watching
45.
the graphics come on the screen here. When I saw Kenny Neyens come on, and we spoke at length about earlier on how Belgium are
134.
embracing new technology, new methods in terms of darts. I noticed on Kenny Neyens that his darts are not what we'd say. We'd go, oh, how much do your darts weigh, Chris? You'd go, 22 grams, or I'd go 21 or 23 grams.
40.
His graphic says 22.8.
Yeah. It's a little precise. The ones I always
100.
remember that in terms of darts weights was Peter Manley's, and he had them weighed once when he was having some made. Having some replicas done, and they were all 3 different weights, and not by sort of 0.2 of a gram.
140.
Quite a substantial
Can you count
difference.
147?
You will get that the older your darts are, because you'll just lose little.
54.
They'll bash
Alexander
against each other, won't you?
36.
They'll just,
Yeah.
especially if you've got a more aggressive
shot in
grip
the
on the
first
dart,
leg.
they'll just
Alexander
wear
Merkx.
down a little bit quicker. But Alexander Merkx is continuing where he's left off. 13 darter to start proceedings there.
Second leg, Kenny to third first. Game on.
So he's continuing where he left off. That's in terms of the performances, because he's not been yet able to
125.
convert that into a victory.
Yeah, he's
180.
played 2, lost 2. Was a little unfortunate against Spellman.
58.
Second match of the day, losing 4-3. And then lost again 4-3 to Luke Littler.
87. $96. 100. 180. Alexander Carr, 134.
4th max in this match, and we're only at the end of leg 2.
76. Kenny Carr, 42.
Did give you the pre-warning at the start of the show to expect 180s today. It's not in, Kenny. Get back. Reel him in. What they used to say down the local. Everyone would be sat there with the
10.
old fishing rods.
Alexander Carr, 58.
Pulling you back. This one would probably hurt a little bit more due to the fact that Kenny thought he'd already won the
48.
leg.
Kenny Carr, 32. Game
Now
shot
you
on the
can go and
second leg.
collect.
Kenny Neyens.
Speedy. No, that's not yours, mate. That is. There you go.
Third leg, Alexander to throw first. Game on.
Only player yet to register a 180
92.
is Stephen Johnstone, which doesn't surprise me when you think about the equipment. It's quite thick, chunky barrels. He'll probably struggle to fill it up.
Yep.
66.
He's playing very nicely
100.
back to back. 90 plus averages for Johnstone.
100.
And he really struggled in that opening game to hit a double, but since then, 8 from 14. A really good sign that one game doesn't make your day.
122.
The same as one day doesn't define your season, and one season doesn't define your life.
Very deep on a
125.
Monday morning, but very true. I'd say always give
60.
every player a game or two on debut just to, well, so much so he was walking off the wrong way and in match 1, and those are the things you, until you're
100.
in this
Alexander Carr,
environment,
127.
you can't get used to him.
And game.
102. Kenny Carr,
I
110.
often think, like, would Paul Hinks treat us to the 127 in game if someone hit it here at the Super Series?
92. Alexander Carr, 25.
Moves to the right to try and
9.
open it up.
Kenny
And
Carr, 18.
think that one's come off the flight there. We could see how the angle of the dart changed. It's a split for Kenny
Getting
Neyens.
shot on the third leg. Kenny
A
Neyens.
successful split.
Yeah, successful break of throw, punishing the missed darts at doubles by Merkx.
Fourth leg, Kenny to throw first. Game on. $55.
Please do get in touch with us today for your observations if you are watching along at home.
140.
At MSS Darts, Facebook, Instagram or Twitter. And also chuck in at the Edgar 501 and we'll be able to come through to the commentary box just like a fellow player has
55.
done, who is out in Benidorm at the moment watching along. Gary Stone watching his fellow countryman Stephen Johnstone. He's got his darts out, got the legs out, and he's enjoying a beveragino. Hope you're having fun out there, Gary.
I'm surprised there's not more Masons in Scotland when you think of the amount of surnames
122.
with stone in. We're not too jealous here. It's raining cats and dogs.
140. Can you call 48?
Not too jealous of you out there in the sun, probably having a bit of a morning beverage.
Getting shot on the fourth leg. Kenny Neyens.
Well, this weekend in the UK, it has been traditional UK weather. So if you are thinking of joining us on Saturday, please do prepare for every sort of situation. Saturday, I was rubbing on the Factor 50. And yesterday, I was rubbing on the Factor 50. And today, I was looking for an umbrella. True story.
We were walking
45.
home in the early hours from Friday night session, wasn't it? So we got off air around about 1:30 a.m., packed our bags, and we're on the long walk back to the house, and we were greeted by
60.
some youngsters, probably in their early 20s, who had obviously enjoyed a
45.
night at the local bar, and had snapped their key in the door, and they asked us, "Do you have a ladder?" And we sort of looked at each other and said, "Oh yeah, I've got one in my bag here." We said, "No, sorry, we don't have a ladder." And since getting back to the house, we found not just one ladder, multiple ladders.
Every door I open, there's a ladder. And one of the ladders was probably the size of 5.
55. Alexander Carl 32.
We would have known we had those multiple ladders. We would have come to the rescue.
Probably the strangest question I've ever been asked at 1 o'clock in the morning. Do you have a ladder? As we're walking down the street empty-handed.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got one in my pocket.
60. $59.
Who will be top of the ladder of Group A?
60.
There is only one qualification place. Direct through to Saturday night's final. This was won by John Henderson last week. He made it through to the overall grand final. Going down to Lucas Venig. We mentioned earlier the first German winner.
140.
He's going to be the first of many. We've also got to remember that Max Hopp is eligible to play here from this year. Obviously not having a PDC tour card. He's someone you'd fancy to win a week down here at some point.
And I think, again, it's the kind of environment
134. Alexander Carl 143.
be good for him to play multiple matches and not have that fear
97. Can you
of
Carl
knockout darts.
107.
So for the match, tops.
67. Alexander Carl 46.
Take us all the way. Once again. Good
30.
tight group.
Can you Carl 40.
might bunch up a little bit more here with Kenny Neyens, who could join the top 3 players on 4 points if he can convert the double 5.
No score.
Oh, that's a long way off.
Alexander 16.
You can see in the body shape by the end of that throw, threw himself into that one.
No score. Kenny Ukar,
We'll
40.
come back.
How did one of those not find the target?
Giving the dartboard the people's eyebrow.
Game shot in the
And
match.
gives
Kenny Neyens.
the tops the people's elbow. Kenny Neyens, 4-2 victory, and gets his 4th point on the board. It is all getting bunched up here at the Super Series on day 1 of your 3 of Group A. But look at the averages, a 10-point difference there. But the most important one is that score at the top. It is 4-2 victory for Kenny Neyens. Coming up next, Nathan Girvan takes on Alex Spellman.
It's been raining maximums here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. 6 in that game between Alexander Merkx and Kenny Neyens. And it is the Belgian who runs out a 4-2 victor in that one to secure his 2nd win on his debut day here at the MODUS Super Series. Well, next up for us, it's a 3rd appearance of the day for Messrs. Nathan Girvan and Alex Spellman. How's this one going to go for the pair? Let's find out. Here's Chris and here's Matt.
Thank you, Henry. Well, in terms of how the bookies see it, before the off this morning, Girvan was an 8-11 favourite. Spellman was even money. And they now go 5-6 each of 2. So the compilers are reacting. And how will this man react from a really disappointing start to the day? Lost his opening match 4-2 with an 80. Played very well in his next match, to only see even Johnstone deny him. Going down 4-3 with a 92.09, 2 180s, but did have a 10 and a 12 dart leg in that match and a wonderful 130 out. And that's what he's got to take in terms of positives. Try and put that all together. But the man he's facing
First
here,
leg
Alex
is Nathan,
Spellman,
through first.
yet to lose a match
Game on.
today.
Got a confidence about him here. He obviously feels good. He's burning his practice darts, sort of walking to the hockey, throwing them in.
43.
It reminds me a little bit of someone who had a lot of confidence last year, Scott Williams. He'd throw 3 darts, and his second 3, he'd just hold all 3 at the same time, just chuck them at the board, and he always just wanted to get on with it. He wasn't bothered about having those practice darts. He just wanted to game on so he could commence battle.
45.
We have had some interaction on social media. Keep those coming in. Chuck in at MSS Darts. And if you want to come through to the commentary box, your tag is at the Edgar. 5:01.
83.
We've had a tweet come in from the runner-up of the Seniors World Darts Championship, Richie Howson, who is watching along today.
58.
Hello, Richie. And he's watching along in true British style with a bacon sandwich. I hope it's red sauce, not brown.
I hope it's no sauce.
With trimming
31.
the fat as well.
Oh no, got to cook the fat though. Nice crispy edge to it, plenty of butter. I'm surprised he's not on the lake. Snaring a few
43.
monster carp.
Travis Dorsey also been in touch. Got up super early at 4:30 a.m. this morning. So thank you for joining us today. Your commitment is appreciated
59.
to watch Alex Spellman play from his home state of North Carolina. So it's been a great start to his debut here in the MODUS Super Series. We fully agree with you. He is currently,
90.
Travis, doing you proud. He is top of the table as things stand.
So what's that then? We're 5 hours in. 5 hours in front.
11:55 here in the UK at the moment. 4:30 a.m.
99.
Good commitment there. But this is what I was saying throughout the course of today so far. I do a lot of work on YouTube, on
100.
my channel
Alex
Edgar
O'Connor,
TV,
92.
and a lot of people over there speak so highly of Alex Spellman. I've got a good following in America, and he's the name that is coming up very, very regular
52.
from
Nathan O'Connor,
the
122.
people in the know.
Well, we're seeing why today. It's awkward.
He's got no choice but to go for this here, because there's nowhere else he can leave a finish.
'86. Alex O'Connor,
It's even more
40.
frustrating when you slam the ball in. This is something he's done very well today, and he
Game
does it
from
again.
the first leg. Alex Spellman.
Start in hand. Under 21 dart break of throw. And the frustration.
Second leg, Alex.
Evident.
First. Game on.
The face of Nathan Girvan.
Is anyone else out there up early from America watching Alex Spellman? Please do tweet us in. If you've got any stories you can share of Alex Spellman as well, please do.
Yeah, ones that we can use.
Yeah, you've got to be careful with the player that you ask that of, haven't you, really?
What happens on tour stays on tour.
'85. '57.
Talking about the youth players and that transition. Actually, a great video of Nathan Girvan
95.
playing Jared Cole. I think they're about 13 or 14 years of age in a TV tournament in the Netherlands in the youth
92.
final.
There is something I would like to see, and that is a bit like the old New Kids on the Hockey. A sort of program, especially in the modern day where we've got things such as YouTube and streaming, where we'll be able to have almost like a darts X Factor to try and find sort of the next talent of a player, because sure there are some very unearthed ones that are just out there that, especially in the current financial crisis, that just haven't got
49
ways of getting out there and committing, because a lot of the time you rely on the support of your parents.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. There was something similar for the seniors a few years ago, wasn't there? That one of these many types of tournaments were introduced, but I think it was pretty short-lived.
87. Alex O'Connor, 52.
think for the youth, I think that's why the
Being shot on
JDC
the
has
second leg,
been
Alex
so
Spellman.
successful, because it's made to be very affordable.
Third leg, Nathan to
That
throw
does get
first.
some
Game on.
Incredible financial backing by a certain player who remains anonymous
60.
or doesn't want any credit for it, but is a very, very nice gesture.
60.
Tend to find that a lot of people like to keep within their sport, don't they, and give back to the sport that's gave so much to them. You see it quite often
57.
in football, where people have played the sport most of their life, then they go into coaching and go get their badges so that they can coach the children to keep the sport going and developing. And seeing that sort of quite a lot now with
140.
the birth of darts academies in darts, where a lot of ex-players are either having academies of their own or putting some sponsorship money in
100.
to help
Well,
these events run.
Yeah, Nathan came through an academy, one that's run by Alan Suter. Again, all these things are done with volunteers. There's
100.
no financial gain in having an academy.
$80.
Seen a few of the academies run, and one thing I really like about them is how the more senior players, when they've been at the academy for a couple of
45.
years and they develop, and I met a young man in Wales, Fabian, his name was, and I was at an exhibition and I played him early on. Then he stood doing all the
41.
calling. Then he did the
Alex
raffle.
Yukar,
Then he was walking the
156.
juniors on to help them out. And so impressive with the attitude that they've got to the overall game. And that can be-
140.
A lot of it can be taught and installed. Look at Stephen Johnstone today, the opening of this game, going the wrong way on stage. These are all things that you can sort of pick up at an
83.
early
Alex Yukar,
stage in the
16.
academies.
Yep.
Not just how to throw the darts, but how to mark the board. That's a part of the game until you get onto the Pro Tour.
Getting
When
shot
I
on the
was a-
third leg.
When I
Alex
was a kid,
Spellman.
before you could actually play, you had to be able to mark. Because if you lost, you had to mark, or to get on the board, it was winner stays on, so you had to put your name up, mark the game, and
Fourth
then you
leg,
got
Alex
one.
to throw first.
And hopefully
Game on.
stayed on.
That's how my granddad actually became quite good in the game in the 60s, got all the way through to the quarterfinals of the News of the World at the Alexandra Palace. And
83.
we come from a small mining village in South Yorkshire, Rosington, and they didn't have a lot of money,
180.
and he could afford to go out and buy half a lager for himself, and he used to have to play darts. You'd put your name on the board, wait your turn, you'd mark a game,
58.
then you'd play. And when you lost, you bought the winner half a lager. And so he could afford half a lager and a game of darts. And once he lost a game of darts,
100.
that was it. His night was over. And
No wonder he got good.
he'd always come back steaming.
Yeah, that tradition when I was growing up in Bristol was
180.
exactly the same thing. When you played a league match, if you lost, you'd buy your opponent half, and then everyone in the team would get a sip of the
125.
winning drink.
Again, get in contact if you've got any traditions.
Any darting stories you'd like to share?
79. Nathan Yukar, 96.
Alex Spellman, as Travis so rightly said in that tweet, has had a great start to his
36.
Super
Alex
Series
Yukar,
debut.
101.
It might be about to get even better with a sizable 4-0 victory. single for double. It is tops.
81, Nathan Carr 60.
So, one match start. Spellman to win it
Game shot on the
4-0.
fourth leg, Nathan Girvan.
That's the best leg of the match by some distance, and it's a 14 dart breaker throw, a 180 for both players in the leg.
This leg, Nathan to throw first. Game
Mentioned at
on.
the start of this game, Nathan giving off the vibes and the aura of someone who's ultimately confident with burning those practice darts. And then after he took out that 60, it was completely
134.
opposite vibes. The head was down, the shoulders are slumped. I feel like he's a guy up there at the moment who's searching for
93.
something.
Yeah, ultimately, confidence and results.
59.
We've already had 26 180s in the session so far. And this is only
58.
match number 9. We called it. Right at the top of the show.
112.
I feel like doing your line here of, it wasn't because I came down and walked past the 180 bus. Or
100.
someone phoned me this morning and the last 3 numbers was 180. We do spend a sizable amount of time looking through the history of the players and trying to find more than the headline stats. Look deeper into the average. What do those numbers tell us about a player? Which is where we found that sizable bit of information from Luke Litter that suggests that he's got this very high
100. Nathan Carr
power
62.
scoring.
$30. Alex Carr 150.
Another one of those. Girvan is watching. He'll be happy with what he's seeing there.
He's just giving it another look. He would have feared the worst in the way his day has gone so far.
82. Nathan Carr
Wouldn't have
32.
surprised him. 3 at 32. Only
Game
needs the
shot on the
one.
fifth leg, Nathan
Takes
Girvan.
another one back.
And you might have been wondering why Alex Spellman was sort of looking around trying to see where that was, because it wasn't
Six
nowhere
leg
near
Alex
the
to
treble
throw first.
19.
Game on.
But due to the angle of entry, he will see mostly the flight. He won't see where the point is.
Yep. And his points go well in as well, don't they?
45.
And the angle of entry, like you say, means he just sees a lot of flight.
82.
Just having a chuckle. Keep your interactions coming in. I'm loving your messages today, by the way, guys. But I've literally just
60.
saw one come through that's made me smile when we're talking about traditions and different things that you might have in your teams or your areas.
58.
And Steve Hopkins has tweeted in to say that his son plays for a team, and if you are the only player not to win, so the only loser on your team, you have to eat a raw onion.
Oh no, we used to have one
96.
called On the Chair, and if you were the only one to not win a game in the league match, everybody would chip in, and it would be a
83.
concoction of beer, Guinness, lager, cider, vodka, cherry brandy, and you had to chug it in one.
In the modern day known as a dirty pint.
Yes.
85.
I remember as well a lad I used to play with, a very good player, and it didn't matter where he was, if he
100.
played bad, it didn't matter if he won or lost. It was the performance for him. If he played bad, he would punish himself by walking home. Even if it was 8-10 miles away, he would walk. He'd refuse a lift and walk back.
Oh, and to elaborate, it was called on the chair because you had to
59.
stand on a chair in front of everybody and chug the dirty pint.
Becomes a problem when someone chucks one of those in that curdles.
92.
Bit of Bailey's in there.
Alex Ukar, 156.
He will be standing on top of the table, though. If he can get this leg. Alex Spellman. We have seen games turn around. Alex Spellman in one of those. He was 3-0 up in his opening game, and it came back to 3-3. History could repeat itself here if Nathan Girvan can polish off this 86. It's still on. He needs a treble 14 or the bull.
$54.
Needs 32 in the
Alex Ukar,
end.
96.
But you feel that Spellman's going to get at least one dart at a double here. He's going to go double-double, surely.
That was the intention.
Like you say, with the angle of entry and
40.
the size of the flight,
52.
going to block the target. He pinned this last time. Oh dear.
You can see what Nathan can see there, which is very little. I think he might have to try and just squeeze this in by the 7-7 wire.
No score.
That was the
Alex Ukar,
attempt.
56.
But Spellman should get 2 match darts here.
Got a spell on the field right now. And players are getting opportunities. He's not
Game
being
shot on the
punished.
match,
And
Alex Spellman.
yet again, Alex Spellman shakes his head, but it is 3 from 3. He moves on to 6 points right at the top of the table. 6 points and +6. Averages very, very similar, just shy of 80. Another 3 180s in the match. That takes our tally for the day so far in terms of 180s to 26. There'll be a few more in the next one. Stephen Johnstone takes on Alexander Merkx.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it's yet another victory on his debut day for Alex Spellman, getting the better of Nathan Girvan by 4 legs to 2. This is what it does then in terms of the table after 3 rounds of matches here on Monday morning at the Live Lounge. And it is the American, the only player to have picked up maximum points so far. As for Neyens, Littler and Johnstone, they've both won 2 out of their opening 3. Whereas Alexander Merkx and Nathan Girvan, 2 of the fancy players going into today, they are yet to get off the mark. Well, Alexander Merkx does have that opportunity now. He takes on Stephen Johnstone, and watching this one in the commentary box, Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Oh, look, a session it has been so far. Predictably unpredictable. Now, before play got underway today, Stephen was 6-4. Merkx was a 1-2 shot. Well, it's now 10-11, Stephen. 4-5 Merkx. Update.
First leg is Stephen to throw
the
first.
German Darts Grand Prix in Munich.
Game on.
Michael Smith currently leads Gerwin Price 3-2.
82.
We are really enjoying our
43.
interaction with you guys today. Please do keep that going and keep hitting that subscribe button as well. We can see the numbers
44.
going up today. Please do hit that button. It's completely free to do so. And I'm enjoying one of the interactions that I'm seeing here
94.
from Joe today, which is something we've been talking about in regards to the JDC and the player development.
85.
His son Woody has just played his first tournament at
100.
10 years old. And, scarily enough, he took out a 1-3-2 finish.
Wow. Well done, Woody.
58.
I do think that's sort of the next development of the game, though, in terms of the distance, because at the moment it's all played on normal height, normal
54.
distance. I think maybe the next step for junior darts is to, well, not just lower the board, but shrink the hockey, because it's got to be
45.
relevant to the type of to the size of the player. So I think a little bit off the hockey, a little bit off the height, and you'll still get the
58.
same sort of rectangular shape, so you can still get the proper fly to the dart.
Yeah. So it's relative to your own
60.
height.
Alexander Carr, 152. 60. Stephen Carr, 127.
Win here for Stephen Johnstone. Take him
99. Alexander
to
Carr, 92.
6 points alongside Alex Spellman.
56. Stephen Carr, 28.
Yeah, if you are watching via the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, please hit that subscribe button
21.
and hit that
Alexander
thumbs
Carr,
up. Really does
36.
help in terms of people searching for darts-related content. And don't forget to hit that notification bell, and
No score.
you'll
Stephen
get an
Carr,
alert
7.
every time we do go live and every time we add more content, interviews and such.
No score.
Ooh.
Alexander Carr, 36.
3-2, of course.
Getting shot on the first leg. Alexander Merkx.
Slow start to this one. 26 darts thrown there from Alexander Merkx to break the throw. But I'm sure if you ask him,
Second leg,
he won't
Alexander
be
to throw
too
first.
bothered
Game
how
on.
many darts it took, as long as it got done.
97.
Something that can't always be said for the younger generation.
Well, a player of that younger generation. You were
100.
talking about it earlier, the new kids on the hockey. Michael Smith himself was part of that, wasn't he?
99.
He's not done bad.
I wouldn't mind being a couple of pound behind him in the
100.
Order of Merit and the bank account stakes.
Well, a player that has been struggling of late, Michael Smith, has just defeated
58.
Gerwin Price in the last 16 of that European Tour event in Munich. Averaged 108
140.
to Gezzy's 100. Beating Gerwin Price 6-2. Bit of a shock with the way
98.
Price has been
Stephen
playing of late.
61.
There are moments of transition when you
42.
first
Alexander
go
Carr,
from being an
149.
underdog to being a favourite. Do you think there's another element of transition now from Michael Smith, gone from being a favourite to now being a world champion?
93. Stephen Carr, 190.
Yeah, I think there's a different pressure.
70.
I mean,
Alexander
he
Carr,
won the
56.
Slam, didn't he? And then went on to win the Worlds, and then won the first World Series event, and that just shows you
38.
how
Stephen Carr,
momentum and
49.
confidence works. But then a little bit of
Game
an
shot on the second
RSI
leg.
in
Stephen Johnstone.
terms of a wrist problem, which is another element the players have to look at and be wary of, especially with the schedule they now
Third leg,
have.
Stephen to throw first. Game on.
And I think with that and the Premier League coming around quite quickly, I just think he may have had a
60.
little bit of burnout.
I'm not going to sit here and pretend to have won many tournaments, but for
100.
the tournaments I did win, it changes how you see the world.
And how other players see you.
70.
You go from chasing down targets to having one on your back.
And even if they don't see you like that, you think they do.
121.
And you feel like they do. Like, just driving the car, you feel
81.
more, the shoulders about you, more upright in the chair. Your whole body language just changes. And it's not something you can force. It's not something you can just
100.
eat or drink or make happen. It's something that can only come from the process.
Yeah, absolutely. I certainly
134.
felt that locally, because Bristol was a real hotbed of darts, and there were so many big characters who
60.
claimed to be
Stephen
the
Carr,
Bristol's
156.
number one, and we had an array of internationals and great players, and when you sort of feel
41. Alexander Carr,
like
120.
you're the governor, just playing Super League and league matches leaves you with a totally
88.
different feeling.
Stephen Carr, 115.
But even if you're not, as long as you feel that you are, and truly feel that you are, Stephen Johnson would have felt the
95.
governor there if he'd
Alexander
hit the
Carr,
tops.
32.
Martin Turner, who was with us last week, of course.
Getting shot on the
was
third
just
leg. Alexander
messaged
Merkx.
in. If you're in York, if you was the only loser, you had to sing. Oh no, I can't repeat that.
Fourth leg, Alexander to throw first. Game on.
That's a tradition that get you in all sorts of trouble.
180. 100. 140.
3 consecutive breaks a throw in this one. And breaks a throw are usually
100.
an indication of a bit of a scruffy game, and that's what this one's been so far, but it's starting to warm up.
135.
Alexander had the opportunity there of leaving himself a double after 9.
58.
Up on
Alexander
10
Carr,
today
46.
for Nathan Girvan.
Making a move.
14.
Well, he has to. He had to pick up a point. Only 2 players without a win. And one of them's
100.
here. Alexander
Alexander
Merkx.
Carr,
The
32.
other one, Nathan Girvan.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Alexander Merkx.
Good leg.
Very 180 in the leg. 13 darter. First hold of throw.
Fifth leg, Stephen to throw first. Game on.
I'm really liking a message I've just received here as well. Like I said, keep them coming in. I'm loving the interaction today at the Edgar
60.
501. If you want to come directly through to the commentary box at MSS Darts as well is your MODUS Super
100.
Series handle. But this one's coming from Lawrence, who says at their academy in Southampton,
100.
they actually have a proportional dartboard, which is 5 foot to the bullseye, 7 foot off.
85.
That is fantastic. That's the sort of thing I want to see come through a lot more. I was involved in football during the transition period, and during that phase of going from children playing on a
95.
4-size pitch to then a 7-a-side pitch and a 9-a-side pitch and a 5s pitch, and
60.
how the goals have to be a certain size because it's proportional to the size of the individual. And it's something I'd love to see come into
60.
darts. I think it's the next logical stage in order for us to get proper development and a proper development and academy system.
180.
Yeah, and I think you've got the JDC have an incredible system. It's done on a belt type system, isn't it? Like
100.
a coloured belt type system, very much like karate. So you're playing within your level.
Game shot in the match, Alexander
There's
Merkx.
Alexander Merkx in 13 darts, and then a 14 darter gets the job done very quickly. Final 2 legs completed in 27 darts, an average of 84.78, which is pretty impressive considering where they were after a couple of legs. When we do come back, it will be Alex Spellman against Luke Littler.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have just seen Alexander Merkx get the better of Stephen Johnstone by 4 legs to 1, doing so an average just under 85 and a couple of maximums in there as well. Well, next up, it could well be the game of the day as far as Group A is concerned. It sees Alex Spellman, who's won each of his opening 3 matches here at the Super Series, take on Luke Littler, who really has adapted well to life here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. So sit back, relax, because this could be a lunchtime treat on your Easter Monday, watched by Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Henry. Well, another really interesting tie. Now, before play today, Spellman was a 2-1 dog to win this match. He's now even money. Littler was 4-11. He's now 8-11. That is a serious shift. But irrelevant results, it's levels of play, and even though Littler was beaten, he still averaged over 90.
First leg is Alex to throw first.
Something Spellman is yet to do. So I think that 8-11 is huge.
$95.
Don't forget, you can scan your QR code on screen now with the Tungsten T-Rex. I cannot believe I am saying Tungsten T. I'm not having it. We've got to rename this something different. We can't let Henry have that one. Tungsten T-Rex. Anyway, scan the QR code. That will take you through to all the information that you need in regards to getting your tickets to come down and join us on Saturday night. We'll be crowning the Week 10 champion. There'll be only 2 weeks left, 2 more places left in Champions Week. And we've got some sizable names coming up
46.
over the last couple of weeks.
Sure have. Don't forget, if you want to contact us direct in the comms box, you can do via Twitter
46.
at the Edgar 501.
We've remembered it now. Yeah, at the Edgar 501 will bring you straight the way through. And chuck in at MSS Darts. Pop a follow on those, and you'll be up to date with all your darts information.
Never a bad time for a max.
100.
When you're on 220, it's
40.
perfection.
Game shot on the first leg.
I was
Alex
unsure
Spellman.
if that was going to be more of a hindrance to him because of the flat entry.
Agreed.
That is a guy there that is really in control of his throw and understands how to make it work.
Second leg, Luke, you threw
just moved
first.
slightly
Game
to
on.
the left and found the tops. The reason for that is that sort of flat entry of the dart. Now, it is quite
100.
unusual for somebody who is using a setup like Alex Spellman is using here. It's a straight dart with a long stem and a standard flight. Now, with that sort of setup, you'd expect them to
100.
kick up a little bit.
Yeah, but he's quite a flick on the release. We'll see it in the next shot. And what that's
93.
doing is it's unsettling the dart through the air and it's landing flat. See it? It just picks up at the back first.
The other thing he'll have as well is if you look at the grip on the dart, it's come forwards to the balance
59.
point. Most people will grip the dart behind the balance point, where if you was to get your finger and put the dart on top of your finger,
126.
and you'll find the point where it'll just sit on your finger without falling on the floor. That's the balance point. When you get that, you'll find that most people will move backwards down the barrel, where he's moved forwards, which just gives him this flatter entry. You'll see how much material he's got at the
140.
back end of his hand there. So a combination of reasons.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't matter. You look at Phil's original
98.
setup back in the day, which were Bristows and pretty much a pretty standard setup, which you'd see a lot of players using. He would still have that very below horizontal entry, and over time and technology and change of equipment, light, weight and size, it ended up being a lot more extreme.
59. Alex Car 77.
No doubt if Alex used a very small flight, he would have the same. It would go below horizontal at tops for 2-0.
37. Look,
This is
your
one
car
of the things
25.
people get wrong with coaching. They think that coaching's about trying to make a one-size-fits-all. It's not. It's about taking what you've already got and making it better. Luke Littler unable to find the big single number here.
Maybe a 1. Yeah, I didn't like the angle of the dart.
13. Alex Car 40.
We've been talking a lot about Luke Littler today and how he's been the big standout
Game
player,
shot on the
but
second leg.
when it's
Alex
come to the
Spellman.
board, it's Alex Spellman who's the standout player. He is top of the table. Granted, we are only 3 games into our 15, so how relevant that is, we don't know
Third leg,
yet.
Alex
But what
through
is
first.
relevant is
Game
he
on.
is 2-0 up, averaging 100 against Luke Littler.
Who's averaging exactly 90.
One hundred and 80.
Like I said, prior to this match, in the typical
96.
jinxy commentator's curse fashion, Spellman's averaged 81, 89, and 79 and a half.
177.
He's now on a 9 and averaging 113.25.
132. Alex O'Carr, 144.
Priority number one now is just to win the leg. Good ball.
64. 95. Alex O'Carr, 80.
On for tops. Oh, and he's hit the darts. I was going to say this could be actually a nice lie if he can get this one clear away from there.
40.
But he's bounced off that flight. And this is what I was saying before about these really thick flights. When you generate that contact and that impact, something has to happen.
There's no give, is there? There's no give. With a softer flight, they will just almost slightly compress.
He's not happy with those, and this might be because of the angle. You see him looking around. He's trying to find a route in. There it is.
Wow.
Sort of just floating it over the top. What a dart! What a dart from Alex Spellman. I was just sort of describing that exact thing, and to get that one in there, it was sort of in off both posts.
Yeah, a great shot of a great shot, and well explained.
We're
looking at that thinking, well, there's only one place, and he's going to have to, like you say, almost float it in between the two and over the top and drop it in, and he did just that.
Tony Yeboah of darts.
It's almost not the impossible shot because he made it possible, but
137.
It's certainly a 1 in 10, isn't it?
And he turned me into Henry Deacon there. I've never been so excited.
60.
Practically jumped out of the chair. Apology to anyone listening via earphones today.
One out of them, 40.
Does that mean I'm going to have to try and make everything wrong with tungsten now? In this tungsten
85.
tussle.
$46.
What a performance, though. 101.44. Highest average of the day. Against who we think is going to be the man to beat.
133.
Well, we've not seen anything from him. I mean, he's been solid, but this performance is unexpected.
58. Look at O'Carr, 138.
Another one of those. And Spellman gets the chance to climb
86.
the ladder.
Alex O'Carr, 120.
Which one?
Going to get a chance to be top of the ladder, top of the table, top of the tree.
80. Look at O'Carr, 52.
One match dart gone. You'd feel he's going to get more because he's got a sizable league in the legs column. And he will
42.
get more because Luke Littler
Alex
can't
O'Carr,
complete
40.
the job.
Glad he hit the tops on the 120. It would have been exactly 60
Game shot
darts
of the
and
match,
an
Alex
average
Spellman.
of 100.2. As it is, it's 4-0, an average of 96.97. 40% on the doubles, couple of 180s in there, and of course that miracle dart at tops. He does stay on top of the table and pulls full clear of Kenny Neyens, and he's up next against Nathan Girvan.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Indeed, you can join all of the team every single Saturday night. You may even meet that very enthusiastic guy in the commentary box. Anyway, let's try and sell some tickets, shall we? And if hopefully you'll get to scan that tungsten T-Rex. Yes, our friend is back and he's going to be back for the foreseeable future. Just give that a scan on your iPhone and smart device when it comes out during play today, and you'll be able to get your tickets through to Saturday night's final. For the break, we saw Alex Spellman get the better of Luke Littler by 4-0. What an incredible performance as well. An average just under 97, a couple of maximums, but the dart of the match was most certainly that one at tops. He had literally no view of it whatsoever, but he managed to find a way in. Well, coming up next up for us, it is Kenny Neyens of Belgium against Nathan Girvan of Scotland, as watched by Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thanks, Henry. And without trying to state the obvious, this is a must-win game for Nathan Girvan. He is at the foot of the table. No points, -5. And needs a win. He's got 2 games left. One of them is against Kenny. The other one against Merkx. He doesn't pick up a win today. I'm pretty sure that, well, any ambition of winning the group is over.
First leg is Kenny to
Great performance from Spellman. Didn't see that
on.
coming, that's for sure. I say he was averaging around about 84-ish for the day. Put some 12 points on that. And it was a stunning performance. 96.97 in a 4-0 rout of the 7-10 favourite to win this group. Still a long way to go, of course. But they've both played 4 matches, Spellman and Littler. And it's Spellman on 8 points plus 10. Littler, 4 points -3. I did not expect him to be in that position. I certainly didn't expect this young man to be at the foot of the table after 3 matches.
78.
Thank you to all the new subscribers on our MODUS Super Series
100.
YouTube channel. Welcome along. Great to have you. If you haven't already subscribed, please subscribe. Give us a thumbs up. It's right at the bottom of your picture. And don't forget to hit that notification bell.
46. Kenny Ricard, 170.
Also give us a follow on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter and TikTok.
98.
At MSS Darts.
Have you worked out what TikTok is yet?
No, I don't.
I think the only TikTok you know is from the grandfather clock, isn't near the end of the corridor.
96. Kenny Ricard, 72.
I don't have corridors in the Mason mansion. All open plan.
$40.
I think this is
145. Kenny Ricard, 32.
Noticing a bit with Nathan Girvan today. When Henry asked me, how do I feel his day's gone, I said erratic. He seems to be hitting his best things when it's almost a bit too late.
First leg, Kenny Neyens.
Well, that's often due to the pressure being off. You see it with a lot of players when they go 3-0 down, the shoulders open, they play with a bit of freedom because the pressure has been lifted.
140.
Better.
Well, everything about it was better. Tempo of the throw, attitude, approach.
57. 57.
When you're in Kenny's position here, you'll be aware that Nathan Girvan
95.
hasn't won a game yet. And it will just give you a little bit of a lift. But on the same aspect, putting our all things fair hat on, just offer a little bit more pressure
44.
as well, because everyone else has got points against this player. If you was to then go lose, everyone's got points off. So it's almost like handicapping yourself for those head-to-head battles.
Agreed. I say
60.
so much of this sport is between the ears. Seen enough from him today to know what kind of level he can play at by the fact that he had a 10 darter and a 12 darter in the same
140.
leg. So it's not a fundamental issue or an ability issue.
139. Nathan Carr, 120.
It's never going to be an ability issue with Nathan Girvan because we've seen what ability he's got. He didn't like the lie on the
62.
treble 20, so he's
Kenny
gone for
Carr,
ball there.
150.
Clearly still got confidence in the
50.
game.
Nathan Carr, 58.
Just lacking the application.
Yep.
He thought that was in. He was halfway down the hockey. That
Game
is
shot
though.
on the second
Yeah, now he
leg.
can
Nathan
go.
Girvan.
Now he's got to build on that and try and get stuck into Neyens in this leg. He's going to need a
Kenny
break of throw to win the match.
Game on.
We spoke earlier about different traditions and things in darts, and you mentioned about having to drink that drink on the table.
140.
We heard from one of our viewers about eating a raw onion. And we spoke about that because at that point of going forward, the fishing rods would come out. But there was another one, like, we didn't always
60.
have raised ockies when you was playing. And if your foot went slightly over the line, you'd hear someone go, "He's treading water."
100.
And up in Manchester, when they play on the log end, they play a game called Slip Up on a traditional log end board, which is, again,
57.
different height, different length. And if you don't hit the double 10, they all shout out slippers
76.
because you've now got to go single 11, single 12, single 13, all the way around to the 20. Then hit your first double and then the ball, which is called Little Audrey, which is about half the size of a traditional board.
125.
So obviously slippers because you've got to keep walking up and down.
We are having a full day of interaction with you today. Can you join in this
137.
conversation? Can you add anything to that? You know the tags are in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, underneath the scoreboard there.
102.
With
Can you
MSS
count
Darts,
48?
and at the Edgar 501, if you want to come straight through to the commentary boxes, Kenny Neyens looks for a double attempt.
Game shot on the third
but
leg. Kenny Neyens.
Not a traditional one, not one I can tell you he probably went for, but it's one that he hit.
Well, in exhibition, it would be 3 double 8s.
Fourth leg, Nathan to through first. Game on.
This came to one of mine, which would be 3 no scores. But I'd give it a go.
Yes, our very own
100.
Edgar will be in action week 12. Showed all the commentators how to do it. I don't understand what the issue is.
57.
No pressure, mate. He's just a commentator. Ooh,
80.
in and out.
Yeah, looking forward to that week. That'll be good, that. Be nice to get the darts back out again.
180.
Although, with the amount of 180s we're seeing going in today, I might put them straight back in the case.
41.
Are you aware of your potential group?
I am.
Ooh.
The only thing I can say at this point is
94.
it's going to be tasty. It is some group. Almost feel like saying I'll wait a few more weeks.
128. Kanuka 170.
I'll be over it. Oh, ball. Aaron Johnson gave us one last week.
127. Nathan Kanuka 152.
Nathan here in a world of trouble back on 152.
Here we go.
100.
That first start
Kanuka
really
43.
left the treble bed wide open to the left-hand side. He wasn't able to use it. It's down the left-hand side for Kenny Neyens.
27. Nathan Kanuka 52.
This is an opportunity for Nathan. And this is where you sort of feel Nathan's going to, if he can nick a leg like this and then post something big in the next one.
44.
He's just had nothing
Kanuka
to
16.
build on, or when he has
He's shot the
created
fourth leg.
opportunities,
Kenny
they've
Neyens.
passed him by, and that's a huge leg to lose because it's a breaker throw, and Kenny has the darts here to win it 4-1, and that would
This way,
take
Kenny to serve
Nathan
first.
down to
Game on.
-8. And that puts him, in terms of leg difference, 18 behind Alex Spellman at the top of the table.
100.
We spoke quite a bit today about Belgium darts and how it's a developing territory, and we spoke about the history of Belgium darts with Eric
91.
Claris. We spoke about the present with Dimitri Vandenberg and Kim Huybrechts. But I feel there's someone we really need to give a mention to when we speak about Belgian darts, and that is Mike de Decker.
44.
Oh yeah, big fan. I've been tracking his progress this year so far. He has been brilliant.
60.
Took him a while to sort of settle on, but he's now starting to look like, pun intended, the real deal.
I think he is the real deal. Well, two players familiar to the Super
47.
Series. King Barry against Berry Vampire. Well, that went all the way to a deciding leg, and King Barry got it done 6-5,
80.
despite having a 6-point lower average than Berry Vampire. Berry Vampire averaging 98.42. He's a player that's playing
60.
with so much confidence, and what he's been through, it's good to see.
$60.
You've got to come out of there. I know it leaves the 170, but I just didn't look at any chance of finding a trouble.
I think what brought me to discussing
44.
darts in Belgium again is some of the nicknames we're seeing here. You know, we saw Dimitri Vandenberg come to us the Dream Maker. We're seeing Kenny Neyens here with the Believer as his nickname. It
96.
sort of shows where Belgian darts is in that long-term goal and that dream to become and to have a world champion that is even transitioning
60.
into
Nathan Kanuka
the sort of nicknames of the
114.
players. Tops. From 114
Game shot
finish,
on the
something
fifth
we've
leg.
not
Nathan
really been
Girvan.
treated to too much so far today.
Well, they've all been scoring too heavy.
Well, Nathan Girvan is the one who's treating us the most. He's got 2. He took out a 130 earlier on. He's
Six
added
leg
a
Nathan to throw first.
114 to that
Game on.
column.
Wonder if Kenny Neyens' walk-on song is "I'm a Believer" by the Monkees.
140.
There's also one as well now, but I think it's
180.
Imagine Dragons did a Believer as well.
Yeah, I think
57.
So, as did Neil Diamond.
Kenny Neyens' walk-on song is actually Uptown Funk, which is ironic. And the reason it's ironic is because
140.
in Kenny Neyens' appearance in the PDC World Championships, he played Jamie Lewis, whose walk-on song is Uptown Funk. It was the Uptown
41.
Funk Derby. I wonder if they both would be allowed to have the same song, or if you'd have to change one. Or what they could do is just play the songs,
97.
leave it rolling through, and then just introduce the next player.
Double walk-on. Job done.
No, you won't be able to have the same one thinking
57.
about it, because remember,
Kenny
Glenn Durant had to
84.
change from Pig Bag.
It's Adrian Lewis's, isn't it?
Adrian Lewis, yeah.
60.
There was that story where it came out that Glenn Durant apparently offered him £5,000 to use it. And I didn't believe that, because Glenn wouldn't be spending money like that. No chance.
Well,
95.
the
Kenny
misery
24.
continues here for Nathan Girvan. There's Kenny Neyens on double six to wrap it up.
Game shot in the match.
Right
Kenny
bang
Neyens.
in the middle. He gets it done 4-2. And Nathan Girvan remains at the foot of the table. 82.31 the average, way off the pace today. 86.25 for Neyens. 2 180s and 4 out of 12 on the doubles. Right, we enter the fifth and final cycle of matches. All the players with one to play. And we start with Spellman against Johnstone.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilling, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
And the ADC has provided a fantastic route for players into the system and into the MODUS Super Series. And the first Open Series of 2023 took place at the weekend in Manchester. And many congratulations to the four winners, Lewis Gurney, James Richardson, Jack Main and Matt Clark, will all be here for Series 4 at the Live Lounge. And that was exactly how Stephen Johnson qualified for this competition via the ADC Vault Series. He kicks off the final round of fixtures against Alex Spellman. And at the conclusion of the fourth round, let's have a quick check and see how the land lies in terms of the table, because Alex Spellman is the only player to have won every single game thus far. As for Johnson, he's won two out of his 4 matches. Kenny Neyens, following that victory last time out, has moved into 3 wins from 4. So let's kick off our final round of fixtures with Spellman v Johnson, as described by Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Spellman, top of the table, as you've just seen there, really settling down to life well here at the Super Series, making his, in his words, his kind of TV debut, because he has played before over in America, and he's done the CDC, which is streamed on the PDC's social media sites. But this is a man who is definitely making his TV debut here in Stephen Johnstone, who, at the start of the day, you've got to say, if he was a ship, you'd be firing out the distress signals. It was 0 from 9 on the doubles, averaging just 72, but then found some inspired performances, including a victory over the big guy this week.
First leg is Alex to throw first.
He's beat the big guy this week. Can he beat the big guy of Monday, which is truly the man top of the table, Alex Spellman?
Well, what it showed me is he's got another level to his game, and that was against
60.
the most fancied player I've seen in quite some time in terms of
45.
odds to just win the week. He was 7 to 10 on. And, well, Spellman was spellbinding in that game.
100.
He absolutely thumped Littler. 4-0, which, well, no one expected. He was a 2 to 1 dog just to win the game. 96-97 the average.
That was some bounce out there. If Paul Hinks stood where any of the referee stands, we would have had the most viral darts video of 2023.
43.
Because it would have been referee gets speared by dart player. And it's only because Paul Hinks has a different approach and a different stance position where he stands a little bit further away that he was able just to move his leg out of the way just in time before
42.
he ended up being impaled by Stephen Johnson's dart.
95.
Substantial dart they are. Can Spellman end the day 5 from 5? He'd have been a brave man to call that.
57. 83.
I just pictured the moment. That's what's
24.
That's done me. And microphone in hand. Ow!
100. Alex Hukar, 152.
We've got ducks all over the place. He'd have needed to duck, wouldn't he?
Again, another insight into my thought patterns.
45. Stephen Hukar, 95.
We'll get an insight into the thought patterns of Stephen. Yep, he's gone aggressive. That's good. Using the treble 19s. He could have gone the 25 and bullseye route, which is the old school system.
Game
but that is a great 95 finish. And I think it was Raymond van Barneveld who was a fine advocate for this way of going, because he's had 2 darts there at a big power treble, and Barneveld said, as a professional dart player, if you can't hit a treble with 2 darts, you don't deserve a dart at the double.
100.
He was aggressive, and he could beat the big 2.
Maybe that's an idea for your YouTube channel. Edgar TV, if you've not been on there. It's a fascinating insight. Maybe you could call the
57.
video In Matt's Mind.
I think I might get a few people
58.
unsubscribe if they knew what went on in there. And I don't know about you, but I'm looking at Paul Hinks. It looks like he stood a little bit further away after that incident. It was a very close shave.
58.
He'll be standing on the backboard soon, or behind one of those sheets of plexiglass.
60.
It was a really good insight, actually, having a chat with Paul Hinks the other day, because one thing I like to do is understand darts from many different areas. And I said to him, like, what's the hardest part to see on a dartboard as a referee? And he was saying things like
99.
the double 18 are awkward to see because you see the barrel, but you don't see the points. You have to move to sort of see it.
85.
He said double 12 for the same reason as well. Those sort of angled areas of the board. There's one for our social media team. Maybe get an insight into the different
71.
professions in the game. That would make a really interesting listen to.
Spotter, scalper, director, producer, commentator, referee.
50.
Well, that's why they had to get rid of the black points as well, wasn't it? Because it was a nightmare for, well, it was a nightmare for the production, but also for the referees to see what's in. Also the
190.
chalkers as well on the tour.
148.
Now they use the iPad system,
40.
don't they, on the Pro Tour,
Alex
but on the
Girvan,
Euro
97.
Tours and on stage they stick to the traditional markers, and rightly so.
They all provide a different insight into the game. They all look at it from a different angle and a different perspective.
Well, and of course how
61.
different the
Super
referees
Car
are in terms of
108.
how they count and subtract. Some use different systems. Do have, of course, Kirk Bevins, the referee, who's the
60. Alex
he's
Girvan,
the
36.
Grand Slam champion of Countdown.
Game shot on the second leg. Alex Spellman.
Spellman levels things up. Not quite caught fire, this one, so far.
Again, if you do know Alex Spellman, please
Third
do
leg,
get in
Alex,
touch,
through
because one
first.
thing I'm
Game
looking
on.
at is that graphic on the back of the shirt. That is very, very detailed. That means something. That's not just something you got the pen and paper out and just started scrolling. Although looking at the front of the shirt and looking at the flights, seems to be like almost like a bit of Egyptian, is it hieroglyphics?
Hieroglyphics, yeah. Maybe he does put a spell on them.
39.
He's ended up hitting the flight and flight coming out with a dart. We're going it all today. And I think if you had to say moment of the day so far, it has to be that top from Spellman.
121.
Yeah, absolutely. Remarkable dart, wasn't it?
60.
Slightly more deliberate in his approach compared to
100.
other players. Despite that,
30. Alex Girvan, 140.
very effective. It's almost, I would say, a very similar pace to a Peter Wright. Sort of a set
100.
and an aimer.
Oh, most definitely an aimer.
It's always interesting when you speak to the different people because as
100.
an
Alex
aimer,
Girvan,
he will
40.
say he envies the people that can just go up and throw, and the people that throw envy the aimers.
Game shot on the third leg. Alex Spellman.
That's more like it. That's why he's top. 13 darter.
Fourth leg, Stephen to throw first. Game on. 60.
Big day of sport today. Lots of action.
Yeah, lots of darts on.
Everything getting into the sort of business end now. The darts is starting to build towards the world match play. The football's coming up towards the end of the season where teams are going to be
45.
relegated, promoted, looking for playoff positions. And here at the Super Series, we are running out of spaces in Champions Week. We've only got 3 left available.
The Masters came to a
96.
conclusion. John Ram lifting the title.
81.
Surge from Mickelson.
145.
Lovely darts from Alex Spellman, a 180 and a 145 in this leg.
Alex Car 80.
He's a 2-darter after 9. This is why he's top of the tree. Oh, he's gone for tops as well. We mentioned top of the tree.
Game shot.
There's
the
2 at the
leg.
very
Alex
top.
Spellman.
Alex Spellman, I would say that normally is overly aggressive is the term I go for, but in this case, I'm going to say it's brilliant. An 11-dart leg for Alex Spellman, including 2 doubles. We've yet to see a dart missed at the double. 3 from 3 Alex Spellman, 1 from 1 Stephen Johnson, and Spellman's even give us a bonus double.
96.
Well, we mentioned that the game had not caught fire. Well, Spellman used just 24 darts to win legs 3 and 4. A 13-darter, followed by tops for an 11. He's 3 out of 3 on the, well, 4 out of 4 on the doubles. With the 2 double tops. Yeah, talking of sport, of course, the Snooker World Championship
55.
gets underway on Saturday. Final qualifying rounds this week. Wonderful experience there at Crucible. Glenn Durrant will be in attendance,
60.
not playing, I hasten to add. Yeah, the calendar on the PDC Tour is
100.
hectic as it's ever been. Premier League next week.
100.
More Players' Championship events in Wigan. And then Euro Tour qualifiers. Just non-stop.
Imagine being someone like Chris Dobie, who's playing in the Premier League but outside the top 16 in the world, so he's not guaranteed anything like the match play, which means he's going
85.
to go to all Players' Championships, going to have to go to Euro Tour qualifiers. He could be playing darts 5-6 times a week.
100.
And there's some people at home that would say, that sounds bliss. I would love to play darts 5-6 times a week.
Well, without the travelling, it would be. But with the travelling involved, it's makes things tough. Yeah, Dobie at
58.
down at
Stephen
21 in the world right now.
141.
16th spot, occupied by Dave Chisnell.
45.
Will Smith,
Alex
another one
Car
that's
107.
just outside now. He's 17th.
This is for the match. He's yet to miss a dart at the double. He picks tops. He hit tops twice in the last leg for the 80 finish.
87. Stephen
Won't
Car
get it there
96.
to treat us to a ton plus checkout, which is something we're not seeing much of today.
Game shot on the
Class
5th leg.
there from Stephen Johnson. He just faced a match dart. And 96 is one of those tricky shots. And he sees it off quite well. If anything, though, he's going to need to up it in the scoring stakes, because right now he's not landing a blow in the... I was going to hit a 140 straight away there, just as I was teeing that one up. But 7 scores of a ton. And when you've got to try and find a break somewhere, if you're going to keep doing that, you're going to be looking
98.
for your opponent to make mistakes rather than your own sort of brilliance.
100. $135. 100. 101.
I've cracked it. I've been trying to think all day, who does
60.
Stephen
Alex Car
Johnson's throw
167.
remind me of? Answer, Keith Deller.
Yeah. Yeah, I get it.
131. Stephen Car
He's even got that
156.
little arch in the back there, you see.
batch out.
100, Alex Car 36.
I think Spellman's got a bit of Scott Waits about him.
Because of the beard.
18, Stephen Car
Four
56.
match darts now, isn't it?
I did say that Johnson's going to have to rely on some misses. There they are.
16, Alex Car
Misses
18.
from himself. Has cost him taking it to a decider. Well, double nine's not the most pleasant place in the world.
Game shot in the match.
Of course, Spellman slots it in for a 4-2 win, an average of 88.13, 180 in there, 50% on the doubles. And it is Alex Spellman who will end the day and be our overnight table topper. 5 from 5, 10 points plus 12. His work is done. Our penultimate match of the session is Nathan Girvan, and he is up against Alexander Merkx.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and 4-2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Alex Spellman has cast a spell upon the rest of the field here at the Live Lounge. Getting the better of Stephen Johnstone by 4 legs to 2 there in game 13 of our day, and completing a perfect day. 10 from 10, full marks to Alex Spellman. 2 more matches then to go for us here on this bank holiday Easter Monday at the Super Series. It kicks off with Nathan Girvan up against Alexander Merkx, and that's going to be watched in the company of Matt and Chris.
Thank you, Henry. And don't forget, if you want to join us on Saturday night, get your phones ready. I'll pop the QR code thingy up there in a moment. I'll just give you a bit of time to switch your camera on if you are that tech savvy. If not, just head over to dartshop.tv. All the details are there. Love to have you here on a Saturday night. It really is a unique and enjoyable experience where you can get right in on the action. It's just a small booking fee of £1 just to secure your ticket.
First leg is Nathan to throw
Doors
first.
open at 6:30
Game
p.m.
on.
Action gets underway at 7:30. Here is that QR code. Henry's little tungsten T-Rex.
I was wondering if you was going to say it.
100.
But unfortunately, you did. Tungsten T-Rex.
You're not having it, pal, are you?
180.
It's not my thing. The two of us
85.
on the stage, bottom of the table, 5th versus 6th, only 2 points between them.
43.
Only a slight change in terms of the odds from about 9 o'clock this morning, where Nathan was 4-6. He's now 4-5.
140.
And Merkx was 11-10. He's now 10-11.
59.
No real shock there on what we've seen so far. The only way that
100.
Nathan gets off the foot of the table is if he wins this one 4-0.
97. Nathan Newcar 76.
He needs something to happen. He needs a confidence boost to go into tomorrow with something positive. Because at the moment, there's
36.
any real
Alexander Newcar
negatives
122.
to take away from today. Would be another hurtful blow.
42. Nathan Newcar 40.
The question is, though, with the amount of negatives that he's sort of had and
Getting
felt
shot on
so
the
far
first
today,
leg, Nathan Girvan.
would winning this game even give him a positive feeling?
Good point.
Sometimes when things go wrong for so long, when something goes right, it
Second leg,
almost
Alexander
breeds
Newcar
more
first, game on.
negativity. You almost think, well, where was that earlier?
60.
If he wants to have a bit of hope here in the groups that are coming up,
100.
Group C is looking a bit tasty this week.
100. 41.
This is that
100.
situation where tomorrow the fixtures will reverse. This will be match number 1. This is going to be one of those situations for you where you've got a chance to
81.
get 2 wins on the board before the rest of the field come back to play. For Alexander Merkx,
100.
who's already got 1 win on the board, if he is to win this fixture and do the double in it, it'd actually go to 6 points, which could, depending on the result of our last
42.
game,
Alexander Newcar
see him
141.
joint second.
65. 44. Alexander
Had a look
Newcar
at
76.
Alex Spellman's seasonal average, didn't you, prior to the off?
Yeah, he's around about the
68.
mid-80s.
And he's averaged 87.38 for the day today.
Slight increase.
Yeah, for sure.
Still within the same amount of visits to the
96.
board, so
Alexander Newcar 8.
still the same sort of level of control of a match
Getting shot on the second leg, Alexander Merkx.
as this one. Levels up at 1 apiece. Spellman 7 180s is
Third leg, Nathan to throw
overtaken now
first.
by
Game on.
Alexander Merkx, who's got 1 in this match. That moves him on to 8. And Kenny Neyens also on 8 180s.
140.
Luke Littler, who Came out the traps flying in regards to 180s.
40.
Hasn't hit one in the last couple of extras.
$140. 115.
He had 52 darts at a double today. Spellman
25.
hit 20 of them. That's certainly
$140.
an area that can improve. Certainly tells me the scoring power is there.
$96.
Well,
54.
not much has gone
Let's
Nathan
look at
Girvan's way
100.
today. He has been beaten with the stick of disappointment. He is responding well in this one.
84. Alexander Yukar,
Trying to
152.
get a couple of points on the board just to keep himself in there, but on days where things don't go your way,
shot on the
shots
third
like that
leg.
just seem
Alexander
to go
Merkx.
in all the time. A fantastic 152 shot there from Alexander Merkx, and you can see all over Nathan Girvan's demeanour and face
Fourth
just
leg,
how
Alexander to the
much
first. Game on.
that 152 has landed.
140.
Oh, Merkx's highest finish of the day prior to that.
48.
Is 88. Like you say, when it's not your day, things like that
91.
happen.
Oh, 100% Nathan right now looks like a guy that if you could throw the towel in, Alexander Merkx would be picking it off his shoulder right now.
Yeah, he looks like he's
63.
found a pound but lost a tenner.
$140.
And the players will feed off that negativity.
$140. Alexander Yukar, 130. 98.
9-7 in scores of a ton or more in favour of Merkx. So there's, I think, really to take from there, both on 50% on doubles. And this is where
42. Alexander Yukar,
myself and
32.
Matt talk about often
Game
timing.
shot on the fourth leg. Alexander Merkx.
Backs up the break of throw M15 with the 152 checkout with a 13 dart hold, meaning Nathan would have had to find a 12.
Fifth leg, Nathan to throw first. Game on. $40.
But we've seen this happen before to players, have a disastrous start to the week
$95.
and then go on to win either Group B or Group C and go on to win the actual week itself. So not all is lost.
$85.
But this Group A is, in terms of winning it, for me, is over.
$174.
But one day will not define the week,
Nope.
sure, for Nathan Girvan. Look at last week with Chris Gilliland losing all of his games on Wednesday and then
58.
came in with 104, 104. And realistically, he probably should have won the group. He got tipped at the post by Neil Duff.
65.
Ended up qualifying though through for Saturday night's final, which picked him up some extra pounds in the pocket, which is never something
100.
to frown at.
Alexander Yukar,
Absolutely
167.
not. 6 darts for Merkx at 167. Ooh, he was going for it.
139.
Not a bad second prize. His average now up to 97 and change.
52, Alexander Ukar, 28.
He had a game number 3, where he was 96.5. So this is not a one-off performance from Alexander Merkx. He's got these in the locker. But he isn't banking the points as of yet. Nathan Girvan is on a non-finish with a 166. So he will get another handful.
58, Alexander Ukar, 28.
Yeah, that's a good guide.
No score. Nathan Ukar, 108.
Still feel it was a good guide. It just wasn't very well used there by Alexander Merkx. Nathan Girvan could return the favour.
76, Alexander Ukar, 28.
And again,
Game shot on the match,
day.
Alexander Merkx.
Those double 16s go in, but a real disappointing day for Nathan Girvan. Not too bad in the end for Alexander Merkx. Finishes with an 89-81 average. Had a real good spell in the middle of that match, and he's in joint 3rd position on 4 points. Well, up next, our final match of the opening session of Group A, and it's Luke Littler against Kenny Neyens.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it has been some day on debut for the man stood alongside me now, Alex Spellman. Alex, first of all, what a day for you. Did you expect it to go as well as that?
No. First of all, I had a similar experience getting here that I did in Hildesheim for the last Challenge Tour, which was I got there the day before. I flew in at 8 a.m. yesterday. I couldn't go to sleep. I slept maybe 2 hours at a time every now and then. Walked 40 minutes in the rain because it didn't look like it was that rainy, but apparently it was. So got here kind of cold, wet. But the darts felt good. They were a little sloppy, as I'm sure people saw, unfortunately. But they were more good than bad, so I'm happy with that.
Was the experience out there different to what you expected it to be?
Honestly, no. Like when I'm practicing, whether it's at home or I'm playing a CDC or just a local tournament, I treat everything the same. I feel like that I'm not playing very consistent now, but when I am, I feel like that's what contributes to that, is I treat like I said, at home, I'm pretending that I'm playing in something like this. The feel is obviously different, but as far as the way I approach the game and my opponents, not so much. But
how did the stage environment feel for you?
Pretty comfortable. You know, sometimes it takes me long to settle in the States because you don't always know what you're going to get out of your opponent. We have some great players. It's just sometimes the consistency is what's lacking. And if I'm a little off and all of a sudden they're hot, now I'm in trouble because maybe I'm just not as mentally engaged as I need to be, whereas here, these are all quality players. So I'm mentally engaged and focused right from the start. I'm not really paying attention to what you're doing. I just try to do my best.
Well, it's been an absolute pleasure watching you today. Many congratulations on what's been a fantastic debut day. We'll let you go. One final game then for us on the opening day of Group A here at the Super Series. It sees Luke Littler in action. He takes on Kenny Neyens, and that's going to be described by Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry. Thank you also to Alex. Great to get his insight into how he approaches play here, and I make him right. He looked mentally switched on throughout, and I suppose that's down to the field of players. And what a performance it was against Luke Littler a little earlier, where he won that one 4-0 with his PB here at the Super Series of 96-97. And from what I've seen today, I think that PB may get trumped a couple of times this week. There's been some movement in the betting, hasn't there, in this one?
I think that comes down to the fact that Luke Littler hasn't been as dominant
Game
as
on.
was expected. Now, that's not saying Luke Littler's not played well. He's played good darts. He's been averaging 90 in his last 2 games where he's been getting beaten 90.60 and 90.25.
85.
He's just been running into a level of performance, but it looks like there might be a bit of an equipment change here for Luke Littler, even if it is
57.
just in terms of colours. Potentially even
85.
a longer point. We will check up on this and let you know for sure, but I think we've got a little bit of a change here.
60. $98.
Definitely a colour change.
100.
On the back end, just to probably make it feel like it's a little bit different in the board. Definitely a point change as well.
Yeah, certainly looks that way. The barrel is very similar, but this morning it was black stems, black flights. I think it's the same flight.
Game shot on the first leg, Luke Littler.
I will confirm that with Luke as and when it's possible. I'm not going to go out and ask him now. I'll just get on stage and have a closer look. But
second leg, Kenny to through first. Game on.
But there's a definite change there.
Oh, for sure.
I think it's the same design of barrel. It's just
57.
a different barrel.
Yeah.
It's a different dart. Because they are definitely different points. And I don't think he sat backstage with a repointing machine and repointed his darts up to these. He'd just have a similar set of darts that he'd just switched to. So everything different here, except the actual tungsten bit.
180.
Yeah, he will have probably variable
134.
setups just to mix things up as and when he feels it's necessary. Of course, there's a
100.
long session of darts for the players. Sometimes just by freshening things up, it gives you a bit more feel.
93. Kenny O'Carr, 164.
The longer point as well will just stick the barrel a little bit further away from the board and just make the deflections less impactful.
54. Luke O'Carr,
So
94.
he may have just felt like he was getting a couple of extra deflections or things just wasn't working right for him. And by changing the back end, it just gives a different view on the eye.
54. Kenny O'Carr,
exactly that.
110.
This is just for a hold of throw. Double 18.
92. Luke O'Carr, 40.
Certainly working for him. The average is all the ones. The ton pluses are all the ones.
Luke Littler.
The holds of throws are all the ones. The breaks are all the ones. It's all the ones except the leg column, which is 2-0 to Luke Littler.
Third leg, Luke to throw first. Game on.
Well, the winning legs are all 14s. 14 dart hold, 14 dart break of throw.
58.
Average 107.86 after 2 legs.
This is where having an equipment change in the middle of a session can be a bit dangerous because they'll
134.
probably think, why didn't I throw with these all day today? And then tomorrow he'll feel like he's got to throw with these ones. If they don't work, then where'd you go?
180.
I think he'll be sticking to these.
Well, that's certainly working for him, aren't they? That's 2 180s already in this one. He said they have dried up a little
93.
bit for Luke Littler. And he says, hold on to me, hat pal.
Hold my dart case.
134.
Certain players' dart case you wouldn't want to hold because they'll be so heavy. You'd think that a dart only weighs 21, 22
94.
grams, but when
Luke
you've
O'Carr,
got
129.
plenty of sets in there, it soon adds up.
Peter Wright's dart case is on wheels.
89.
I think he's just had a battery fitted to it to save his arms. So there is a chance here that he could break
60.
the pattern of
Look,
14 dart
40.
legs with an even better one, a 13.
Game shot on the third leg. Luke
He is
Littler.
on fire.
Well, as we mentioned, he has lost a couple of matches, but could still
Fourth leg, Kenny to
put
throw
himself
first. Game on.
just 4 points behind our table-topping Alex Spellman with a win here.
140.
Join Kenny Neyens and Alexander Merkx. Oh no, Kenny Neyens on 6 points and jump above Alexander Merkx as he pops in a third 180. The average 114.75.
57.
Just
100.
chasing the 9, you could see the facial expression.
$123. $93.
Picks off the treble 18 on cover.
85. Louis
And
Carl,
wrap it up
128.
with a 12 darter. It's the ball to do just that.
98. Kenny Lucan, 96. Getting shot on the fourth flag. Kenny Neyens.
Well, one match dart at the ball for Luke Littler, and Kenny Neyens steps in with a 14 darter of his own.
Fifth leg, Luke to throw first. Game on. $96.
Luke's already had
96.
an average of nearly 100 today, 99.64 and a 4-3 win over Alexander Merkx.
$86.
It's currently his Super Series personal best. That is very much under threat here.
140. $69. $95. $44. Kenny Lucar, 170. $96.
How much pressure can he put on the 74? And he's just not. Just everything going
60.
under at the moment.
Kenny
Only
Lucar, 74.
fractionally. 20 and tops to break throw.
Game
And
shot on
in
the
it
fifth
goes.
leg. Kenny Neyens.
Winning legs for Kenny in 14 and 15. Back-to-back legs, trailed 3-0.
Sixth leg, Kenny to throw first. Game
One
on.
dart at the ball. Luke Littler on the 128 to win it in 12.
49. $40. $58. $90.
Match finally in the balance.
134.
The averages still high quality. 99.69 Littler, 95.77 Kenny Neyens. Oh, well, it's all happened there. The points come out.
40.
Point wasn't touching the board. Only 40 scored. That's given Neyens a 71-point cushion plus these.
140.
Again, he's finding that same spot right
59.
underneath.
Kenny Ricard, 120.
I can't begin to tell you how good that second dart was from Kenny Neyens. There we go. Should go ball.
105. Kenny Ricard, 40. No score. Luke Ricard, 167.
Really go out with a bang. 19. Oof.
139. Kenny Ricard, 40.
Left a double just in case. He's already had 3 at this. Or 4. We include the dart off the back of the 120.
The 6th leg. Kenny Neyens.
Gets it done this time. Opening 3 legs, all going to Luke Littler in 14, 14 and 13. As I said, missed the ball for a 12 to win it 4-0.
Game on.
The response, 14, 15 and 19 for Kenny Neyens.
$99. 99.
It's been well, we had a couple of surprise packages today. Certainly Alex Spellman winning 5 out of 5.
180.
The performance of both these players cannot be understated.
180.
How many times has he done that today? Absolute parity here. 3-3. 3 little ducks apiece.
100. $36. Look your car, 122.
See by the reaction, made an absolute mess of that, and he's given Littler 6 darts at 1-2-2.
62. $92. Look your car, 60. Getting shot on the match, Luke Littler.
Here's Luke Littler. Started with a 14 darter, finishes things off with a 14 darter. A good performance from both players there. 94.7 for Neyens, 99.09. Well, in spells today, we've seen some absolute brilliance from Luke Littler, and himself and Neyens end the day on 6 points, but it's Spellman out on top on 10. We'll just have a few words with the boys on the balcony.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. Well, that was some way to end the session, wasn't it? What a Bobby Dazzler.
Fitting way to end the session, because that's what it's been all session. It's been a really, really good quality day of darts. Plenty of stories throughout the day, obviously topped by Alex Spellman, topping the table going into tonight. But some of the games today, so many times we've seen players go 3-0 up and then the opponent bring it back to be level. In this situation, Luke Littler was able to go over the line, but both of them gave it everything in that last leg. A 180 apiece as well. Really, really good quality way to end a quality day.
As you say, quality day, and I suppose the standout performer of that day, well, he was the standout performer of the day by winning all 5, was Alex Spellman, and on debut in this competition, and nothing fazed him.
No, we've got quite a few debutants here, and I thought they all really acquitted themselves really well. I'm going to be really intrigued to see how this sort of develops over the next couple of days. Alex Spellman winning all 5 today. Don't think he's going to be able to do that too often in this group, because we've got some real quality players in here. I wouldn't be surprised to see another player come through and go 5 from 5 though as well. It's going to be one of those sort of groups. We said at the start of the show that maybe Luke Littler could run away with this one, but he's certainly got some contenders.
Well, this is the table then following the conclusion of the first day's play in Group A. As you can see, Alex Spellman has opened up a 4-point lead at the top of the table from Kenny Neyens and Luke Littler, respectively. Nathan Girvan down the bottom of the table. No points to his name, but the performances today at times was good. But was it maybe in key moments the odd moment went kind of against him?
You've just answered the question yourself there when you said he's played good in parts, because that's what it's been today. You asked me earlier on after 6 matches, how do I feel Nathan Girvan? I said erratic. And I'll completely stand by that right now. He's played some really good key moments and some really good legs, but then he'll do a great leg to break the throw and then give the throw straight back again. And if he can tighten that up, I mean, the chances of him winning this group now are pretty much gone when Alex Spellman's got 10 points on the board already, and he can only really get to 20 points if he wins every single match. So the chances of winning this group are probably gone, but he's got 2 more days to go, and he could upset this group quite a lot, because we've seen Nathan Girvan play many times before. We know he's a quality dart player.
As for Alexander Merkx, we did see some really good stuff from him today. Could he be the type of player, as he head into our traditional moving day on Tuesday, that could maybe just scratch under the surface and make some leeway?
You could ask me that question about any of these other than Alex Spellman, who's top of the table already, and I'll probably give you the same sort of answer, yes. Yeah, we could see, and that's why tomorrow's going to be so exciting, because we're going to see the separation becoming the table. Obviously, who's going to be playing for Group C, Group B, and who's going straight through to Saturday. We'll have a much clearer view at the end of tomorrow, but at the moment, it's pretty much anybody's.
On the subject of the Davidson, it's obviously 4 of them involved in today's proceedings at the Live Lounge. We see sometimes on Davidson's that first day, they let everything out and you see some good stuff. Sometimes on Tuesday, the reality of the competition can set in. Could we maybe see a couple more nerves tomorrow as a consequence of that?
I might have gone along with that sort of line, certainly with Alex Spellman, because we don't know a lot about him until you spoke to him up here. Very well measured, seems to be very in check and in control of what he's doing. I like what he said when he said about going to some of these events and tournaments. You don't know who they are and they can catch you cold. This is sort of the general vibe that we have amongst players quite a lot. And when you come into something like this, and he's obviously got the respect, not just for the tournament, he said he practiced with this in his mind. The players as well that he's up against here, he's showing a lot of respect to them. And with that, I reckon he's going to be on it every single game here. And I wouldn't be surprised if he just followed that up.
Looking forward to tomorrow already, aren't we?
It's going to be a great week, this one. I'm really looking forward to seeing how it all pans out. And the back end of the week, we've got some quality players coming in as well. It's going to be one to make sure you are subscribed to the MODUS Super Series.
And even better, you can be here on Saturday night as well. And you can do that courtesy of our Tungsten T-Rex down at the bottom of the screen. There it is, there it is. Is it? No, I just realised the monitor's that way. So it's there, it's there. The Tungsten T-Rex is there. Make sure you book your tickets for Saturday night. Scan that QR code, or even better, I need to get used to where it actually is on the screen, don't I? Or subscribe to dartshot.tv for more information on that. Matt, it's been great having your company up here on the balcony today. It's been great having your company wherever you have been tuning in to us around the world. I hope you've enjoyed your Easter weekend. We may have given you some late Easter delights. As for Alex, well, he's cast a spell on the entire of Group A.